Hey, it's me again, Professor Fun 101, here with PARACONOMY Inc. Woo! How's everybody going? Doing? Whatever. We're here in Michigan, and I'm here surfacing with submissions for what could or could have happened while I was out. Today I woke up on my Facebook feed. It was a goober smooch video about the one that I saw last night, and he's at a diamond, he's an antique shop, and he's like, I'm at the antique shop, and here's a diamond, and yeah, there's like there's people, and it's a funny paper drawn short reel. See, I'm old. Like, what is even what? Yeah. And then I had, let's see, it was like some girl with the fancy, like, high class, like first S class, like pancake with gosh darn, like, a bunch of like signature like confectionaries on it, and she's like taking a picture, and this guy like starts like chopping on it while, while she's taking a picture, and she gets mad. I imagine that is has something to do with like how some of my opposition woke up today and attempted to create like a normal day, um, and which to them is full of opulence and fascism. So like that's one big reason why I'm like able to come in, and even though they thought they had the day, they only had the 5 hours I was out. I've been going to bed at like what 5 in the morning, waking up at 3, so I get a full 8 hours, which is pretty nice. Something that a lot of adults don't actually give themselves all the time, me included. But holy cow, like I'm like pretty much here, and I'm like involved in like what else? We had the one that stuck out to me was 2D. Yeah, it was Noodle from Gorillas, and she had like a she like popped the head off of Godzilla, and but it was like a toy Godzilla. Yeah. So like that's basically the symbolism. Yeah, I understand the Masonic symbolism and like other symbolic like kind of things, and it showed me the angel that I'm like a part of last night. How I showed everybody in the 5D like visualization while I was like protruding my like angel wings. Um, People saw a whole sort of like cosmic, celestial, angelic, like spaceship time traveler wormhole that I'd opened up last night before I went to bed. And people are like, how do you do that? How do you make such visceral, cerebral imagery in your 5D? How come we can't do that? And it's like, well, you guys probably have this idea of like that being achievable through being clean and stuff like that, and like proper and primped and stuff, which it doesn't as much anymore as it used to. It can for some women, and that's great, but also these women aren't that. So unfortunately, it does seem to be this weird slant way that like people are hoping for the best, anticipating the worst, and because they don't get out of that lane of like anticipation, they end up walking around like good guys, even though they're like women, and like it kind of gives this differentiation between what in where what we're sugarcoating to make an advancement, because that does work. However, there's the raw kind of ingredients to reality, and if you're not dosing yourself appropriately in the first like 15 minutes of your day, and you don't like stop yourself to take a breath and just be like, if you're one of these people, like I'm slowly like in and out of, I don't always reach for my phone the first thing in the morning, but I've been doing it lately. And because I've been doing it lately, they know that they're going to have this like predictability to it, which is cool. Because I don't have to worry about every single lick of information that's going to hit my likeness. Which is it's very comforting to know that I'm still correct, even though there's a lot of skin deep superficiality being poured onto my reality to confuse me and elude me, but also potentially just learn from me, spy on my likeness using this telepathic ESP clairvoyant channel here at PARACONOMY Inc. And people are misusing it like they've been misusing my birthday. They don't realize it's all mine, and basically they feel like they've been lied to, which they have been. You all lie to each other. So that's kind of possibly one big reason why you guys end up holding the bag on me, is because you guys are waiting for me to react to something. And you feel like it's worth getting a reaction out of, right? Because that's something that I am swaying here, is my little brotherness, right? Is these women are like waiting for the little brotherness to come out, because like my sister was, because like that's the environment. So once I'm able to pinpoint the likeness in my environment that's toxic, I tend to like, now I used to go straight to it like a child, but now that's not the first thing I'm doing. The first thing I'm doing is this, and that's checking in with myself to know if I should be exposing myself to so many different things on social media or on my phone. And that kind of it's pretty clear to me that once things have taken off, you have this little lip that people are like making sure that they're not getting caught up over. And if you get caught up over it, you probably it's like that threshold of signaling that it's not for you, or you're not ready, or whatever it may be. So that's like a lot of that perplexiality. There's a lot of schmoozing going on behind the scenes, because I let off a lot of information this week. So a lot of people are starting to be like, oh, I'm a part of this likeness. I need to make sure I'm moving at least 10 steps ahead of that. But it's not going to work every time. And most of the time, all it'll do, you'll follow the algorithms. AI, dude. You'll end up following AI, and that's fine usually, but you're going to have to go through some shit. And there's a reason for that. So that's a big part. Is it's a Darwinized incentive to keep you off your. It's like deterrent. It's a natural deterrent for the AI and like some of the algorithm to be like, aren't you supposed to be doing something right now? And it gets you, and it's supposed to, which is cool, because we have this reverse, instead of like China where they teach you stuff, we have this reverse psychology that you want to go dirtier, and you don't, but you think you do for a second, and if you do, the phone's gonna be like, oh, did you mean to be an asshole? So, excuse my language. That does seem to be the keeping of this societal differentiation between my well-being and her well-being. If you want to look at like the depth here, it does circumvent its upward chargedness to the likeness of anxiety. So if you can't deal with the deterrence and the anxiousness that'll come with seeing the imagery or the wording, that comes with you having to come in and stop yourself and train yourself to kind of relax. I like breathing. I like some deep breathing because it's you could keep moving, but you don't have to actually move. You want to get away from this thing, you can just kind of breathe yourself into the position that you know is default baseline for you. And your phone's going to try to keep up with you. Dreaming and deep breathing and stuff like that. So it did. Last night, I formed, I showed everybody some paranormal spirituality that I'm capable of accessing, and they were impressed. I called it a day. I moved on to the next one. They think I'm a cocky dick. I am. But like, they're basically kind of like smooshing over this thing that's like, well, mine's different. Right, exactly. That's why getting yours involved with mine doesn't make any sense. And so if you are continuing to obsess about mine, you're making yours way more watered down. So that's like, that feels good to me, knowing that even though other people don't have my best intentions, and that's going to be like a manic daily, it makes sense that like I don't have to worry about that bipolarness coming from anybody else but my own necessity. So like it kind of feels like this part of like that side on the dramatics of copulation. So like the dramatics over my well-being and how much systemic footing you can gain off me being dumb and happy, right? And that's something that humans are gonna anticipate. So of course this thing's gonna have you figured out before you even wake up. And that's possibly what happened here today, this morning, is the algorithm assumed too much today about me, but also looked at what everybody else was seeing and said, "Oh, you changed the metaverse." And it's like, yeah, I am known for it, and if I want to, I can whenever I want. So like that's another thing. I have the freedom to stop myself or say no. Something that many people are encouraged to bypass for certain things. And the more you bypass it, the less you get to play with it. So like if you figure out that it's not going to bring your day down, and you just use it the right way, you recognize it, that's the next part. If you don't recognize it, you don't really get to use it like that. But if you slow down, you get to use it. So if that's not the pot calling the kettle black, civilian disclosure today is here doing that. And that's about it for now. We're gonna keep it rolling today, though. We're gonna keep a good beat on that and roll out through the rest of the, what's the day? Thursday, Friday? What day is it? Motherfucker, it's Friday! Woo! I'm hungry. I'm starving. Feed me. Feed me. Feed me, Seymour. Alright, I'm gonna actually make some food, though. How's everybody doing? Oh, it's coffee, and my tummy says no, 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 no. Oh my god. Woo! Okay. That's it. Yeah. That's pretty much whatever. What's all this? Oh, holy cow. I couldn't poop all the poop today. You know what that's like? Where you're like whatever. And the poop's there. Holy cow. I feel awful. You guys like eating, right? Ooh. Yeah, maybe I'll eat one of these. It's all that. It's all those pizza rolls I ate yesterday. I ate like pizza roll like bag. They said give me like a whole bag of them. And now I'm here. Right. Come see, come saw. Here's some breakfast idea. Here's an idea of a breakfast. You want it? Here you go. Food, cheese, things, eggs. Eggs, 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 bom bom. Eggs, eggs. Could you imagine being like, oh, I'm smart, and then you're stupid? That's what's going on. A lot of people are like waking up and they're like, psh, nah. Oh, I'm smart, and then they're not. Yeah, that's basically how that works. Yep. Hey, what's up? Hey. It's snowing N-word! Whoop whoop! Anyways. Yeah. Oh. What are we doing today? To get the mental picture. It's unexpected questions for the cooking. Maybe some. Holy cow. That's dead air. That's dead air. That I had to tell people in the morning. Sorry, you know me, little busy thing. My food is just like whatever. Yeah. Hey, it's me. I'm back. Whatever. I'm from Michigan or whatever. My name's Professor Fun 101. I'm here to help you with civilian disclosure or whatever. Um, yeah, that's just kind of that's how it works. People were confused. Hey, how does this thing work? It's like, oh, it's one of those things. And they're like, oh, great, 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 great. See, I have to like wash things right now, all ghetto and hood rich, cause I'm fabulous like that, babe. Yeah, man. Anyway, I'm from Michigan. Yeah. So like we talk like this. We utilize our southern roots and put on airs like this. Up north, because it's Michigan. Everybody knows. Everybody from Michigan sounds just like this. You should be talking. You should be talking all sorts of stuff like that, I guess, or whatever. Weehaw! Uh, I'm looking for a towel. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm looking for a towel. Science. Yep. And paranormal investigations. Here at PARACONOMY Inc. Yep. Just like that. Just like that. Whee! Just like a mother frigger. Oh no. You're using language that may not be appropriate for children. Which is good. That means you're an adult and you can decide for yourselves. Anyway, yeah. I'm cutting up this pepper. I'm cutting up this pepper. Hey, don't cut your fingers as you cutting up the pepper. Whoop, whoop. Choppity choop. How did you do that? I was like, this'll work. Yeah. Said, nope. And that's a man over there. That's a man who's like, nope. I get to choose, not you. I'm like, no. You don't understand, hun. I'm the one who chooses here. Whee! Like always. Yeah, whee! Yep, and everybody says, oh. I got this purple snake. Those aren't the words. Yeah, that's okay. When I woke up today, I thought it would be, but that's okay. I tried my best. That's all I could do. Nobody's perfect. Unless. Are you? Are females perfect? Are the ones that woke up and said, I could live your life for you, are they perfect? Or are they imprecise words? Hey, look at me. Look at me. I just hide my belly. Look at how trendy and thrifty. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. What up? Yeah. It's like, Yeah, and you just floss on them and you're just like, whatever. And you're like, wow. And you're just like, hey, what's up, YouTube? It's me. Whatever, just gonna take care of this real quick. Don't worry. We're saving YouTube. We're saving lives. We're gonna save so many lives for people. Just humping around. Everybody has time to do that. Everybody, you're growing up. These are the days of our lives. I need a shower. Pee pee poo poo. You have a pee pee. You need poo poo on a pee pee poo poo time. Come to PARACONOMY Inc. Pee pee poo poo. We have pee pee poo poo on time. We're pee pee poo poo time for pee pee poo poo people. Go with God or whatever they say. Let go, let God or pee pee poo poo. They say I like to be poopity doop. And you're like, hey guys, I got me a whole poopity doop right here, and if I poop a doop all over on that, it'll be poop magic. Everybody's gonna find the poop magic. Everybody's gonna whoop whoop whoopity whoop. I'm gonna come at your ass like, oh, N-word, I'm gonna hit you with the big side, stupid. Anyways, not that N-word people are stupid. I would never say that in front of people on YouTube. You're not stupid. You're just from a different place, and I am not. I don't know better, right? That's probably real. I'm from somewhere else than black people. Sometimes, not all the time. This is the race science. This is the pervert murderer side of science. There's to clear this up here. There's like pervert murderer like investigations that involve some of this profiling, race science, justice scalature. And then there's this other side, Professor Fun 101, and that's Professor Fun 101 does like more of the like professional, more syndicated sciences that look professional and give you guys that nice depth to know that there is something serious here, even though I'm gonna be all stupid over here, and we're gonna be like, hey, N-word. I'm gonna use the N-word sometimes when I feel like it, and sometimes I probably won't do it on YouTube live, but like I'll probably like have that going on at the think tanks here at PARACONOMY Inc. someday, where like we have I want to do a rage cage. I want to make think tanks out of these, out of all these. If you're seeing a lot of imagery of like the little trailers, little trailer houses and stuff like that, like train boxcar houses and like shipping container houses, the government might try to sanction out Professor Fun or Pervert Murderer on a few of those. Because they are looking at repurposing. That's been like the rollout agenda. But the weird part about that is like they're trying to figure out a way to like, after the Wayfair stuff, they found it's kind of easier to live in these things. And so like weirdly, a lot of people got shipped off to like different freight shipping communities. So this is how we're dealing with like human trafficking today, and it's very it's dark, but it basically opens up this whole difference in being capable or not being capable, which is really, 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 really bad for society to just lean into, but they did, and they have been, and nobody wants to talk about how evil the upper class people have been in order to gerrymander favorability over disjunct. So pervert murderer comes in with the N-word sometimes, and C-word and W-word and A-word and whatever, because like it's kind of an interesting keying into what America just voted in. And America is always trying to stick its foot in its mouth. It's like the first thing they tried to do today. That's why I'm trying to be like, hey, I'm like kind of a socio-apolitical like Buddha. Something that's kind of not really being pushed as heavily on the mainstream airlines. So that's why I'm here at PARACONOMY Inc., giving off civilian disclosure on what we actually are able to pull from some of this and extrapolate from the day and like my experience and all of yours. So anybody who's co-opted PARACONOMY Inc. can basically climb the ladder on what they know to be true if they've been like if they've been on a list of human trafficking that they don't realize that they could be on, because this isn't really going anywhere. We're just gonna find new details out about it, and if you can get that from the source over here at Paraconomy on YouTube for right now, and eventually an app, we'll be releasing an app at some point in the next year or so. I'm hoping that we'll be able to have our own space for social media and stuff, and I'll just kind of co-opt these spaces on the fly. So like that's something we can everyone can look forward to while I'm building up my channel over here and just hanging out with you guys day on the daily here while we kind of back and forth and tete-a-tete. And breathe in the life a little bit here on some things, because like it's I have a lot of fun doing that, and yeah, it's a part of where we're at today. And if we're not looking at this thing from all angles and all vantage points, then what the heck are we doing, America and the rest of the world? So like that's something I'm attempting to do, is break down the social stigma and or biases of having things be super quaint and like perfect, because guess what? Nothing is that constant. Yeah, it's not that constant. So maybe that's all that's going on, is things aren't being very consistent and people are being assholes about it. So I'm just gonna like kind of lean into a few of those continuations, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm doing everything right. In that sense, welcome to Paraconomy, you cunts, and I'm gonna basically make it easier for people to like figure out what in the world has been going on behind their backs, right under their noses, in front of their faces. And I'm gonna use some harsh language. Don't cancel me, YouTube. I'm gonna use some really insulting and harsh language, and I'm gonna lean into some people. I'm gonna just let you guys know what the heck I feel and how the heck I'm feeling it, because that's like kind of what liberals and gays are supposed to do, right? But I'm not just any liberal and gay. I spent 8 years at an art college to become this liberal and gay. So like if that's the case, then like, okay, just lean into this a little bit, you cunts, and we're all gonna just alleviate the owie stingy, because all you cunts needed to know this is C word, and like C word time as the whole ass life out here, and I'm out here living it. You feel me? So last night, this C word opened up a whole portal with that C word, and now we're like looking at angels in space, and people are like, how did you do that with your eyeballs, and how did you plant these images into my head? And I'm like, oh, that's Paraconomy Inc.'s patented clairvoyant telepathy channel that utilizes the remote viewing and astral projection co-opted by what the CIA has released in governmental funding on what's possible in human capabilities. Our job is unlocking more of that for you, so that you guys can get your ascensions buried correctly, because we're finding out there's more to it than just the cosmetic. It's very spiritual, it's very emotional, it's all these other things for people where maybe they're not getting the right attention. So like the time that they're spending on it and the attention that they're paying to it isn't really being affected or utilized correctly. So that's one big reason I started this company, was to get to the truths of what's going on, so we can find, if this is a big rollout for the world, that we can find our more divinely guided pathways that serve our greater goods. Something I have been praying for a while, and so much so that I got ordained over some of it. So like now I'm officially ordained shaman here at Paraconomy Inc. And I basically have co-opted shaman, like I use my Hawaiian shamanism, okay? because that is like a part of my co-opting. I know shamanism usually comes in the form of like Far Eastern or like other places in like South America or Africa. So Hawaiian shamanism kind of comes at this weird expenditure of it not really having a whole lot of like, there's not a lot of proof of it, but there's like so many like loose ends to like why people have co-opted my people's islands, and why there's more white people on Hawaii than there are Hawaiians. And I mean, what are we going to do about that? And if I'm being displaced and exiled and alienated here in Michigan, what does that mean for any of you who actually like may or may not have like importance here, even at the fiscal level that I don't, which is what keeps you safe. You guys have more money, people want to keep you safer. But the thing about that is nobody likes me. As you can see, I'm calling everybody the C word. So nobody actually has as here, because people are liars, first off. Don't let this fool you. Don't let this loneliness fool you. The only reason I'm alone is because nobody had time to wait till I got this good. And because they didn't wait, they don't get to have the quality. They just got to have quantity. And so that's one big reason why people in my life are out there running a bag on my name and probably smearing my name in the most bizarre and grandiose ways. They killed my girlfriend on my birthday. So there's no doubt in my mind this is a paranormal synchronicity, and it's a message. And to me, it redoubles down that the devil is alive and well and will utilize and co-opt people in your life to do evil things. Something that has been happening, especially since my neighbors started getting caught doing all this witchcraft. So as we look into the pagan innocence here in Michigan, there's a lot of patronage towards Protestant and Catholicism and the old world and ways of those people. Now, these are very white secular people, but this is where the classism in America resides. So the religious shunning is a huge part of the Protestant and Catholic kind of disciplines. And they are attempting to do it utilizing several different Protestant and Catholic virtues. Catholic, right? They're Catholic or Catholicism, right? But they're using a lot of like virtues between the two. And this is where it gets a little more sinful, because in Christianity in modern day America, there is a co-opting of virtues over a plethora of different sects of Christianity. So the denominations that end up arising in both Catholicism and Protestant, they basically lie to each other, and they say it's okay if you practice my virtues that benefit our families' well-being and welfare. So that's one big reason why I am where I'm being displaced, and history's repeating again as a unwanted Asian being exiled to the island of Hawaii. And that's why I'm all alone today, because all my friends decided that money was going to be what needed to be here today in 2025. And you're not wrong. But also, when you see what people have taken from me, what they've lied to all of you about me on, says everything about how far out people are willing to go for that admiration, affection, comfort, and attention and luxury. So as you can see, I look like crap. And I also you probably wouldn't expect me to like come up to you and fulfill all of this, because, well, I'm me, right? I'm some normal emo guy twinkie, crap ass, half assed, like kind of hippie, hipster guy that ended up bringing dubstep all the way, from Chicago to Michigan. People were upset. People don't like that I did that. And like, I brought Rusko and Excision and Skrillex and Death Grips and Art and like Legacy from Chicago out here to Michigan. And people were like, you're a show off. So now they're just like they saw what I did and how easy it was. And so they all decided to co-opt those things. But I taught them those things. So that ends up here at PARACONOMY Inc., where I've taught you how to do that. And everybody went off to go do that after my 18th birthday. And they continued to lay into me to teach me a lesson, which ended up exiling and displacing me and gentrifying me. These people are all sleeping together. So Cliff, the landlord at Morley LLC in Fox Landings, sleeps with my sister and my neighbors. So Cliff, the landlord, is basically on the shit show of being put on blast of what you can and can't do as a landlord here, both officially and unofficially, off the books during a crisis on lockdown. So during my moving in on 2020, the price here was about $825. It's been raised up to let's just be frank, it's $1,000 a month, which is like only $200. But I would use that for food. I'd use that for weed. I'd use that for other things, stuff that would get me where I needed to be. But if they're sucking each other off upstairs and she gets a cheaper bill on the rent, doesn't have to pay it every month, doesn't it make sense that I'm being... And then Cliff's talking to my parents, trying to get money from my mom and dad, from my inheritance. I think this is looking a little weird, being this displaced on YouTube for people like that are following this right-wing secularism. It makes sense that they're just going to have a show and tell, and they're kabuki theatered my ass. So, welcome to hell, and this is Michigan. It's pure Michigan. It works. Michigan works. So that's one big reason why the diamondized thing leads to the shelling at things like BWL, people who do my watershed stuff here with my sink and my shower faucets and stuff like that, which is something I have alchemized. Because I practice shamanism. I'm from Hawaii. We make waves. I bless the water. I basically co-opted a lot of water and ocean time in order for us to have the magic where we are implored to basically ascend on a daily. So at PARACONOMY Inc., I have to put people on the bar to see if that's okay. Now, it is okay to fornicate. There's the PARACONOMY bar, okay, that you can look at. And that puts Cliff at below the bar at a red or a yellow. And then green lies at the top for him just showing up for in and out to check on things and make sure there's a landlord there. It's really just to prove the witness, but like, as you can see, they're getting nosy. And these ladies are also making it harder for everybody. They've flooded my sink. They've done a lot of extra things to make my life miserable, including psychological abuse, withholding, all sorts of name calling, and a really stunted type of positions and placements. So as they're co-opting their tarot readings and this crystal magic, it makes as much sense that maybe Cliff doesn't even know. And if he did know, it's only because of them. And also, there must be some strange Illuminatic magic because he's got right in with the courts, something that Stacia Buchanan here also does on the job, in the office with office workers while co-opting evidence from the evidence room. I found out that this is a part of the Illuminatic humiliation ritual culting, but they put these people in these places of power for a reason. They do not resist and they don't talk about it. So they get paid to keep the secrets in. Now, this is a big part of civilian disclosure, because if this is keeping people from their divine pathways or serving their greater goods, you could just not have sex with my family and friends. And also, you could probably pay for my rent then, in that sense, because I found out last year, over the past year or so, that they also co-opt my rent and then resell it to the native casinos in order to flip it. So that's not right, to use a native person's money to make more money off of native people. Something Morley, LLC, Fox Landings, and the state Secretary of State here in Michigan does right down the street. And because it's so clear as day, there's this going on. I also uncovered an Illuminatic rumor that they burn giant piles of money in some of these fields because there's lava chains underneath Michigan's wildlife. And that's not something that the state wants me to know about. The first male Hawaiian born on Michigan soil, off reservation, double state ambassador, to say, hey, where's mine? So that's why I'm disclosing and disrobing this Illuminatic eyes wide shut Kubrickism, because everybody wants to have my birthday every day at convenience and luxury, something my parents and my family don't want to talk to me about. And I've been attempting to open up and crack this conversation open for the past 10 years or so. So if injustice in the law in America stands for anything, it's to protect the bear witness. And that's something that you can simply experience. So unless you can actually articulate these experiences and juxtapose the speculation, Paranormal Economy, PARACONOMY Inc. has the source directly to the line of source energy. It's an enigma, but being born on Christmas is hard to do. And because I was born on Christmas, I get to do this. Something that people are really having a hard time seeing, because they all know they celebrate Christmas. Doop, doop. Which is really complicated, because if people are attempting to co-opt my life, which I'm 34, and people are saying, you don't have this yet? You're 34. And they're putting me to the wayside and being like, unimportant. You fucked up. You don't deserve this. When reality, I never got to get one on the fly like a lot of my colleagues and family did. They got good jobs set up for them. All I got was go to college, go to college, go to college, go to college. You're too overeducated. Why did you spend so much time at college when you could have been working? And that's why I became a stripper for Chatterbait. And you could go check out my likeness as Divine Jade. This is where I started getting human trafficked across the internet, while people, these trans girls that I thought had my best interests in mind, deleted my accounts, hacked my walls, and got my family in on it. My dad's an ethical hacker from Mesa, the insurance company that helps with the teachers' insurance. So because this got so unethical off the books, it shows how widely the array of like displacement could potentially be. And this flavors out much, much further and wider than anything that's actually on record. Something that the state knows because they've co-opted my Chinese bureaucracy. Something that, well, is not, it's very American to steal, and well, they're doubling down on that type of patriotism. And it's not constructive. And it's causing a lot of flack. So to clear everything up, yes, there are people that are using me and abusing me. And for me to just sit here and just be like, nope, that's fine, and never actually go live and come clean about any of my well-being to having to do with my injustice. Because if I'm as guilty as they're saying I am over something that could have been prevented because somebody framed me, it makes sense that people are jealous. So simply by like undercutting the overhead of people's confusion, and people want me to be confused, I've been able to just look past that, mask off, and just sell it back to people the same square ways that they did to me. So that's a big part of Paraconomy Inc.'s lead. And we have a lot of leads because it ended up getting me abducted. And this goes deep because now they have my likeness. They have my DNA, RNA, social security card, driver's license, and more. So like that's one big reason why they're sending people. They killed my girlfriend. They're sending people to make my life harder. And they want to send a message that we're not messing around. But also at the same time, every time they do something, it makes Jesus's life worse. So like that's affecting her and them and all my neighbors. I live in an apartment complex, and everybody here is in the poltergeist, but nobody wants to acknowledge the fact that what I'm saying has weight to it. So welcome to Paraconomy Inc.'s co-opting here on YouTube and civilian-based disclosure for civilian information. Things you should already know about, and the government's taking its sweet time rolling out. So welcome to Paraconomy Inc. And this is kind of the way that people can kind of get along, is to know that they failed. And it's good. It feels good to be wrong. You failed. You don't have to worry about like impressing anybody. That's the next best part of failing. Like, sure, people put so much pressure on you succeeding, but this is the best part of failing. You failed. You are wrong. You get to be wrong. But like, this is the clip. If you don't fail forward and give yourself the buffering room to fail in space and time, you'll run out of space, you'll run out of time. So this seems to be the case here for some of the people that are going to be rolled out here on Paraconomy Inc. because they've had plenty of time over years. And, you can't just do whatever you want because you have paper and a pen. And that's and in this country you can. So because you can, we have civilian disclosure all up in this book about how many times I've been cheated and waywardedly that have added weight into my experience that was potentially extremely unnecessary. So as we shelter the light on what's possible here in America, it's going to help clear the air on what we already knew about that and how we knew it to be true, and what can then be bartered back towards its better choosing in divinity and divine succession. So it's gonna or the former of the latter. If you find out you did something that wasn't divinely guided, that's okay too. Just come clean about it here. If you really want to see the cause and effect, Paraconomy Inc. is here to study cause and effect in sacred synchronicities. So if sex and magic are going together, and money and magic are also going together, there's no splitting hairs that land and magic are also going together. So if that's the case, it makes as much sense that nobody actually has a good tact or directionality on every given standing point of every situation every single day. You're going to fail some things. But the thing about this in America and the way that the natives did is that the truth is not to be covered up. So like that's how they used to do it. But because of the Protestant and Grecian philosophies and the Roman architecture and Stoicism on permanency, we now have a whole reality that's on top of the native reality. And that could be a huge sign of the times that people don't remember. People do not remember their human history. So much so that they've gone out of the way to say, I'm not human. I'm a CEO. I'm not human. I'm a landlord. I'm not human. I'm an equestrian. I'm not human. I am a TikToker. Like stuff like that. And that's okay to do in small doses, but if it's happening in a huge watch and everyone's just, okay, I'm about it, without actually being told the results, they're hitting that agree button and signing up for iTunes before you even know what you just hit. And that's what happens when you get a birth certificate. It's a really tricky, sticky, kind of greasy form of bureaucratic corporal punishment, cruel and unusual as it is. This is the constant in America. You're supposed to get a death certificate, but if people are taking advantage of people dying and moving around their money, and people are sanctioning off and creating mercenaries on let alone my likeness, but the rest of the world, then we need to look at the problematic and the honesty of it, because there are going to be things that are honest and less problematic about anything, because in the Bible and other religious texts it says there's nothing new under the sun, and that's very true. If this has already existed for eons, what are we going to pretend like this isn't also another factor of how that happens? That's essentially the smoke bomb a lot of mainstream outlets want you to believe. So be careful what you ingest out there. I know I just got an eye full of it on Meta. And that's one big reason why a lot of this probably backfired and like went off onto the rest of the state, is because the state had its fingers in a lot of greasy soups that it didn't belong in. And so now that everything's out in the light of day, you can go talk to these people about the things that they do and the claims and the speculation that happen in this company in order to help create healthier dialogue and conflict resolution gets shortened down and more effective, direct, and transparent. PARACONOMY Inc. pledges to be a part of speculation and figuring out the reality between our experience and the other. This source energy and some of this crystal magic and ESP that maybe we've been lied to about for so long, we're not using it as effectively as we may have used it before on this planet and others. So let's take a look into that here as we go. Welcome to PARACONOMY Inc. We will help clear up some of the rumors that may or may not be cycling around the state, family, or friends of both your liking and mine. Here at PARACONOMY Inc., we welcome you to join in on the speculation of what could or could not be possible. Please feel free to hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, and share this with a friend or a family member, colleague, office worker, anybody who may or may not be interested in this civilian disclosure, because it could add a few bucks to their wallet at the end of the day, or, it could save them a lot of stress. So everybody could utilize a little bit of that, and if that's working for you, let me know in the comments how you feel, or send me a message. You can hit me up there. And right now, this is pretty much the only place I'll be on time. I'll be on ManyVids sometimes. Ooh, so like if you want to check me out, I'm not doing a very good job over there, but I do have some content you can purchase. And you are more than welcome right now to hit that super like, hit me up with a 5 or some and I'll make it worth your day. Um, that being said, I hope you guys are doing good today. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this thing rolling. We only got like an hour in. I just woke up. Cool. When we're already like working effectively and streamlining a whole bunch of really neat stuff. Good, 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 good. Yeah, that's Paraconomy Inc. And yeah, that made me feel like I actually did something today. So I'm a CEO now. It's 4:14 p.m. here, January 10th, 2025, and I'm gonna keep cooking this meal. I got some fries in the oven right now. I'm gonna put an egg on them and some cheese and just do a real cheapo. Uh, um, yeah, cook up. Good old Michigander cook up skillet right here. PM. Let's see. What's today? I don't have my it's double digit. 110, 20, 25. There we go. Friday. Cool. We did the state. Cliff and Stacia. Yeah, well, I don't know Cliff's last name. He's just the landlord here at Morley Inc. And then Stacia Buchanan. She works at the 55th District Court system here at the Capitol Building in Michigan. Stacia Buchanan. And Cynthia Ward has also done a lot of that stuff too. So it's just like it's how the Illuminatic system of design uses the higher ups utilize the likeness, their likeness, and things that they know to be true, and they'll profile and stereotype people and put them in the places of power where they belong. It's not that hard, but these are the people they picked, and this is how it works. So if you didn't know, now you know. Welcome to Paraconomy Inc. Go figure out how this works. Go find out where this underground city is, because these guys know about it and they go to it all the time. These people fly planes and travel like weekly, and it's none of our business, but it is. And so because that's all they're doing, it's not hard to do. It's just not easy to afford unless you have the spot. So that's why I became a CEO, is because I figured I'd figure out what the hell they're doing while they're having fun, which I already know. I've been to enough music festivals and met these people. So like it's not like I don't understand what the heck's going on already, but I am a Jesus proxy, and maybe even more. Maybe I actually have like Jesus blood. So like if I'm like Jesus, that would suck for people who aren't like Jesus, because some of them don't believe in it. They just say they do. So that's possible. And if it's as paranormal as that, that's pretty weird and it's pretty cool. And I kind of wonder if that's how you want to remember Jesus. Killing him off as a poor person and then being like, oh, we tried so hard at Paraconomy Inc. If I hadn't made Paraconomy Inc., that might have happened. And, well, America's known for doing that. And so are the whites. So, unfortunate. And now they got the blacks doing it to me. So, unfortunately, shit ain't hood. Shit ain't good. So you know how it roll, dog. You know how we do. And, like, that's another part. Is the appropriation that's all being co-opted by my proud boy, tiki torch holding, Tommy Bahama shirt wearing assholes. So like those guys are out here pretending they're smart. This is how it happens. They play golf with each other and then they sex up with each other. Then it's not hard to be like, oh, I have tenants that I want to bang. I'm gonna go bang them. I have a cop right next to the stenographer, and I want a three-way with that cop. Let's just invite him in. Quick, everybody, leave the courtroom. We're gonna turn this place into Kalamazoo. So that could be what's going on. Is people want to co-opt their likeness against glamour, vanity, sin. So that could be another part of what we're able to fish out here at Civilian Disclosure for PARACONOMY Inc. And get people on the right track so they're not messing up their own lives, listening to other people lie to them. Oh, what a freaking cool way to tell the truth. Yeah, that's my thinking. It's slick, it's slimy, it's greasy, it's sticky, it's everything it needs to be. So that's probably the pressure front of whatever reality they're attempting to outweigh in displacement, because that is the bar here. At PARACONOMY Inc. is up and down displacement, forward and back. We have plenty of as I burp all this stuff out. Plenty of non-linearities. Displacement will happen all over the place. The middle moves, people. Something that a lot of people forgot when they started voting is that the middle moves. And that's why I didn't vote this year. I figured I'm pretty stoic here on what America actually wants more of, and that's tenacity. And that's just using the truth to finesse reality. Which isn't a crime per se, but okay, if it's getting this far out of hand, that's where we need to look at the injustice of scalature and discipline and the lack thereof. So if the judge wasn't disciplined, they would have passed me, right? Or they wouldn't have, right? It makes sense that if they had more or less of whatever it is they needed, I would have been fine. They would have listened to my story and I would be free. But because they put me into the hole again for trying to utilize marijuana as a medicine, they're pretty pissed. And they're like, go home, Mexican. But I'm Hawaiian. I just have the last name of a Mexican. So, that's the weird part of how I got profiled into the system, thrown in jail without underwear as a trans person. Might be a little weird, but why would they want that to go out to the public? It seems a little cruel and unusual for something that could have been offset with a few parents talking to each other. We didn't need the whole government in on everybody's. We could have just had it stay civil without and outside of court, because people just got in a scrapple. And because it got so far down the tubes on how much of a lie it was placed upon my well-being, I got a warrant out for my arrest. Isn't that wild? I'm still on the run. 4 years later. Okay, a full 3 years, 3.5 years, almost 4 coming up here. 4 years later, I'm by July 21st, I was assaulted by, unfortunately, somebody who I thought would be cooler, but they got lied to by Kat and Sam next door. So they ended up all fucking each other behind my back and being really weird about it, but that's because they're all jealous, and it makes sense. So that's kind of why I have to forgive them with a little bit of reason here, is because they're innocent people until they're not. And so that's where that can also be changed. We find the truth, it frees these people from being stupid. So I'm here at PARACONOMY Inc. helping people make better decisions and choices for themselves so they don't have to lay waste to other people's well-being. I'm going to be right back. On that point, I'm going to move around and let's make some brekkie. It's time for brekkie. Let's go and make some breakfast. Yeah, dude. All right. Civilians disclosed. And disrobe. Ooh. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Whee! Just peeking. I'm the peeking. I am allowed to peek. Don't you understand? It's my birthright to peek at what you have. Because you've done it enough times. Let me peek. Just make sure it's right. Here you go. Bert. Hey, I'm just the peeking. Don't worry about me. Ha ha! No peeking. Isn't that awesome? I love doing that. Yeah, dude. That's the way the news goes. Crystals. Fishing those crystals out. 423. Somebody said he's fishing on the PARACONOMY line. Yeah. Or, right. Ta-da! Yep. They do that. Don't worry. It's all they know. Stupid girls doing stupid girl stuff. That's okay. I like stupid girls. I just stupid girl stuff over there, please. No stupid girl stuff here. Just over there is fine. You could do girl stuff here. That's fine. Stupid girl stuff that could go that way. Girl stuff is fine. Stupid girl stuff isn't. You want to cancel me? Cancel me. Go for it. I'm waiting. I'm patient. I'm a Buddhist. I get to. It works. I'm Christo-Buddhist now. It's both. Oh, I'm sure they love that. Lay that into them. Yeah, I'm Christian and Buddhist. Huh? I'm Jesus and Buddha and a nunci. How does that work? I don't know. But I'm all three and more. And that's one big reason why it is just, a whatever. Michigan time. You utilize your English language and then some on the First Amendment rights of our stoicism here in Michigan. Our state statutes of limitations basically shroud it out towards its own pontification. So once you make the point, you're allowed to flower it out. Isn't that crazy to talk about these strange phenomenons so unembellished? Right, you hear the raw truth of whatever it is that's supposed to be there. That's what PARACONOMY does. We cut through the noise. Fucking finally. They said you're on your own. Yeah, cool. Yeah, leave me alone. I'm old. Get off my lawn. Yeah, what are you doing out here? Look at me. Don't I look ancient? Don't I look my age? Doesn't all this fine aging look appealing to you? Don't you want some? I can make you lay it on thick. Hey, ladies, look it. Here's my wiener. Whee! See, it's okay. It's me. I'm the first to do it. It's okay. You don't know if it's legal or not. I win, Michigan. It's easy. This is how you do that part. Yeah, you just want to do it that way. You want to start the problem, but don't want to finish it. I see you. That's sneaky. Everybody a little sneaky. Everybody be a little sneaky right now. You see your Professor Fine, a little sneaky. All these people looking real sneaky today. Wu-Tang. All right. He said Mexican. Yeah. Now I'm a Mexican. He said, it's okay. You're just a Mexican person. I said, oh, cool. You're not supposed to say that like that. Oh, I'm sorry, YouTube. Hispanic. Hispania. Oh, muchos gracias. I'm from Michigan. I should have an opinion about Mexicans because I'm all the way up here, right? Anyways, right? No opinion. I don't. I don't. I love you. If that's what all you need. Yes, I love Mexicans. I love you for being wherever you are. I don't care if you're here. Great. Stay. Leave. Whatever. This is hell. But like, okay, here you go. Whee! Good on whatever. If you need, welcome to America. Even if you're illegal immigrant, whatever, you made it. You wanna hang out? Cool. This is what we do when we hang out. Cheese gets melted. Violent times are had. You know, everybody grows up a little bit in one way or another. And you end up with everybody gets to eat something. It's just whether or not you've placed yourself appropriately. They will be mad when you find out how inappropriate everybody's been being. But you're fine with whatever. Yeah, you're not Asian, or you are. You just became an Asian person. Oh, you're gonna regret that. I'm gonna regret that. Yeah, you. Specifically. You're gay. Yeah, you're gay. Okay. And it makes me stupid. You don't know where it's supposed to go. Yeah, I do. Oh boy. Do I ever know where it's supposed to go and how long it's supposed to be in there and why it feels that way. I could tell you the aerodynamics of like that whole copulation. Yeah, we'll just fornicator, copulator, right? And just like whatever. Right, cheese. I got cheese. I got cheese. I got cheese. I got cheese. 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 Okay. That's all she wrote, I believe, on some of that. Yeah. I win. I'm winning. I'm winning. It's a race. It's a race. Oh well. It's alright. Said everything needs to be on fire in my belly, all at once. You guys want to see how great of a chef I am? You want to eat this with me? It's a really, really ghetto skillet. God bless this food in my body. Amen. This is the ghettoest charcuterie board today. It works. Yeah. It's Michigan. It works. Yeah. Put people on blast. Challenge children. How is this? Yeah, dude, it's, you know what? It's not bad. Prove it. Somebody just said awful long way from Hong Kong from here. They're funny. Yeah. They're funny on the paraconomy line. Um, yeah. It's almost like they want to threaten me, but they can't because it stopped working. I turned into Eminem. And they're like, sit back down. I'm like, I just swallowed a bottle of. Food. M&M's. You know? Making me dizzy. Oh. Or whatever. Yeah. Or whatever. Or whatever. Paraconomy Inc. Yeah. Rockin' and rollin'. Rockin' and rollin'. Yeah. Or whatever. I know if somebody just said he doesn't know I'm still here. There you go. Live on the paraconomy line. Hey, it's Black Lady. I don't know her name. Um, yeah, I just know her as like Nickelodeon girl. But I'm just gonna call her Black Lady because that's the one she keeps leaning into, not Nickelodeon girl. That would have been a nicer name. Yep. But she doesn't like that. She doesn't like being friendly. She's a biatch. So, Black Lady is the one she gets. Santa Claus and Snoop Dogg said I could use the N-word. Excuse me. So like if that ain't the stove calling the black nigga. So like that's one reason. Don't cancel me. That's the one reason why I am allowed to now, more so than I ever was, say the N-word, nigga. Oh, or say it like a white person, say nagger. Say, you're a nagger. Yeah, I'm on YouTube, you can say nigger. you can, but we'll just be honest here. Do you belong here? No. Okay, that's fine. You know you're not supposed to use it, and you're not gonna use it that way for them, right? You'll call people nigger for white people who use the word nagger, right? But I won't use the word nigger for, like, calling that dude. I'm gonna be like, what's up, dude? But, like, yeah, if in conversation he's like, nigga, you know, and I'll be like, yeah, nigga, I know, right? That's fine. That seems like it works. But like, okay, leave it there. Bar it there, dog. Because I'm not about to be pulling that shit out all over the goddamn place. It's pretty cool, but no thank you. Okay? Use discretion, people. That's the freedom. Your First Amendment right here, wherever in America. You guys need to understand this about patriotism. I'm just playing hard, guys. You know I love you. And, well, whatever. She's screwing a Nickelodeon girl. Wouldn't that have been nice? Yeah. But now, in my memory, I'm autistic. In my memory, she's like black girl. Right. Because she keeps hanging out with brown girl. And like, goddamn, and they're best friends. And they're killed off my girlfriend. So like, what am I gonna do? Just be like, hey, stupid, right? I mean, that's fine too. But like now I'm just being insulting that way. There's many different ways you can insult people, and you shouldn't just cancel people because they chose the lowest common denominator. So food for thought. And if you hear people start using things inappropriately speaking, grow a spine, you little frail little. What is going on with these poodles? Like, what are these little toy dogs about doing? Like, come on, grow some spine on ya. Goodness gracious, we're living in America, you know. It's 2025. You know what this country was built off of? Lies. A lot of them. And if you don't get a little bit of honesty on your voice like this, people don't trust you. So, like, there is this little bit of, like, indoor-outdoor slavery that's still, we have slaves. And, weirdly enough, Indiana, I found out here on Disclosure this winter, Indiana, down at Shipshawana, has all this underground world. They literally have, like, bunkers and stuff underground that they're keeping slaves in. Like black slaves, like from 1966, they still have them. So like that's one big weird one that the 4-H club could be like stowing away down in Shipshawana, and the Mennonites are like basically the Anabaptists don't care because it's free, and it's freedom. It's making America great again. So like if you aren't like concerned about that a part of America, maybe you should just keep looking the other way. Nobody's gonna know. But like this is what's going on, and this is how I got exposed to it, is because I was abducted by aliens and then again by the government, and now I'm a big part of this celestial intergalactic planetary imbibement towards freedom and our soul journey. In keeping that in congruence with the possibilities on people taking the lies out for a spin and seeing what they get from it, which is awful, but it's also very privileged, and it says a lot about where we're at in America on our complacency towards effort, and like that's kind of the one big reason people don't poke around some of these things, is because it requires effort, and it requires you to risk a lot to put yourself on the line. That's why you make a company. So that way you can utilize the Magna Carta in case you over embellish something. So like if that's the case, you were allowed to go backtrack on things that I'm diarrhea of the mouth on because I plugged into the right thing to be able to talk about it. So that's one big reason why I might let a few fly and turn into Gilbert Godfrey over here, and I'm just gonna have to just lean into some of this voice acting to get a good point across on people. Because these people aren't right. These people are just doing whatever they want, and it's making a mess of everything else. So we gotta just chill out with perverse fun. Smoke some weed with me, guys. I'm alone. I just want to have fun. We don't want to fuck up nothing. We don't give a fuck about nothing. We just want to have fun. We don't give a fuck. No, man. We don't give a fuck, motherfucker. We don't give no fucks in here. We just want to have fun. We just want to have fun. Cut a rock. Yeah, dog. E40, your life. Give yourself a nice, colorful palette and go make some friends. Godspeed, God bless. PARACONOMY INC. God bless. Lead with love, lead with love. In with love, out with fear. Go listen to shout out Infinite Waters and Ralph Smart. Go in with love, out with fear. In with love, out with fear. Amen. Okay, but you believe in one, you believe in the other. I'm a dualist, I'm a Christo-Buddhist. I love the yin-yang. And so, like, if that's wrong, and my family's like, you shouldn't make friends with no blacks, then it makes sense that I'm from Michigan. Right. It makes sense that Michigan got co-opted by the South. And so did Canada. So now, it's all like this, but it's not like just like this. It's more like this. and it's just normal time like this. But they lie about being more, everybody's actually more like this than they want to be. Talking about, they put on airs to be able to talk like this. And now I've put on airs, see, I'm better than you because my cadence has changed. This is how the courts work here in Michigan. And, like, you could probably just take that one to the bank. Because, honestly, it's, like, that irredeemable. So, like, if, we wasted a good chunk of my life and, like, whitewashed me and then, like, abused and bludgeoned me, that makes as much clear as day. Because it seems like my likeness has been utilized in the 5D in several interesting ways. Now, in the 5D, I found out that my family and the O'Neill's parts and the Ellis's parts are involved with this cringy cult lifestyle where these lake people out here in Michigan find Catholicism through opulence and Judaism even. It's a lot of Abrahamic crossover of Christianity after dark. So, if that's what's going on, we need to unplug some things because the government may or may not have told my family that I'm Jesus way before I needed to. And they gave them like a source code and be like, this is what you teach him here. This is what you need to do here. And in this part of his life, this will happen and we'll contact you here. So if the government did that because they placed my grandmother here on Michigan soil after the war was won, but while she was born was before Hawaii was a state. So that makes me a tribal, like, God-sent deity here. And that's something nobody cares. Hey, sweet. Yeah. So, like, nobody actually shows me that. And because I had to figure a lot of this stuff out on my own. It says everything about what I'm experiencing as a volcano deity and why the heck they would need to utilize my likeness without ever telling me, because they have this bubble talk of creating these psyops with sleeper cells here in America. And that's a big part of what I've been harvested for, is they created this thing and they knew one day that they would have to explain a few things to me, something that they're not really doing so openly. But because they are doing it, I am able to open up a whole slew of conversations over my likeness. Now, my birthday's on Christmas. It's getting hard to ignore at this point, but like, there it is. There's the door. Get out. We moved up a level. And we're not dealing with the conversation that way anymore. This is how we further our census towards whatever it is I'm supposed to be doing here, which, according to the government, is having several families. By 34, I should have had at least 2 or 3 families. And I didn't, because my mom told me not to have sex a lot, because I can't afford it. And so until I get a job and I do it the right wing, I can't. And I don't like doing it the right wing. They just want me to do manual labor. They want the classic, the man has to do, the man gets to do all the horrible shit, right? And it makes you a man. That's very Michigan. That's very Michigander Midwest. So because I'm like, I don't like cars or guns. They're like, get on out. And I'm like, you're just ungrateful for cars and guns and my penis. And it is. It does kind of feel like that. And so, like, that's one big reason why, like, to get to know somebody, first off, you have to be willing to wade through their BS. And, like, people are very superficial out here in the Midwest. I lived in Chicago for 10 years, and people were, like, at least telling me both sides of the story, because it's the Windy City. But when I came back out here, it went all virtually, but gone. So, like, it was away. It went away. It was here at one point, and nobody thought, hey, maybe we should give it to the person who actually should have this and is, like, claiming in rights into it. Greed. Yeah, you can basically look at any of the sins that, like, we look at, and I can disclose some of it for the day here. Paraconomy Inc. with some of my likeness, and if I was born into Christianity like that, it makes so much more sense to just take all the sugarcoating off of it and allow people to actually hear what it is Jesus has to say. So, like, right, better than any pastor we have here. I mean, like, let's cut the crap. This is better than a lot of sermons that you'll find all around. People know what type of a preacher I've become. And I'm partly, my dad shared some of his dreams. One of them was to be a pilot, and he couldn't because he doesn't have 20/20 vision. And the other one was to be a pastor. And so, like, I sat with things that my family's told me, and, like, I wanted to help. But, like, if people aren't going to throw me a bone, it makes sense that they don't like me. They just don't like how I turned out or this or that. And to get to know that person, they thought they would have to run a whole bag up on rigmarole on, like, just, you're too clowny. You're too goofy. You're annoying. Get out. It's not professional. And that's what my parents, like, died on that hill of, is that you're not professional. And they went out and they told the whole state, and then the rest of the country, and then the rest of the world. So, like, because they're like that, they already knew they were at a weird ends with me. They hacked my accounts. And they had Lou Elizondo came in and helped out a little bit. But he kind of made things worse, too. Because he's, like, helping out all my ops now. Because he saw that it connected them this way. And they loved that. So they used my likeness to do that. And now Blink-182 is involved. The whole band. And so, like, that's where I'm kind of, like, disheveled. Because I looked up to this band my entire life. But if it's a bunch of witchcraft inauguration here, and it caught up with the legacy, it makes sense that it's just time for Jesus to, like, sit with Satan and, like, hang out. So, like, that's kind of what we're looking at here, is moving the needle towards that human, historical, apolitical, asocial evolution, where you're able to step outside of the realms of reality and create your own. Oh, what a concept. We're free to do that here in this country. And if people aren't at least honest about it, you're going to end up with people like her or him. And that's, like, kind of, it's not what we want every single Monday through Sunday. And because that seems to be the taser of it, we could always alleviate the pressure by creating that fiscal floating. Right? Because, like, I can't do it all by experience, and they know that, which is why they want the fiscal control. But now that they have too much of it, they don't want to give it up. And they've been instructed to make sure Jesus has a Jesus life. And Jesus is bare bones suffering. But if this is the new Barbie Ken, and they just put me up on, like, Ken doll line shelves, and they want all dudes and women to, like, emulate the actions of Jesus while we can still exploit it using our corporal powers, then Paraconomy Inc. won't matter, right? But that's where they didn't my parents didn't expect for me to get be so organized and get Paraconomy Inc. afloat over the bar. They thought it'd be under the bar the entire time. They thought it'd be just music and art and DJing. And, like, that's great. But clearly people want more than that. They want comfort. That's this. And if you want your comfort back, you have to basically buy into Paraconomy Inc. Because if your likeness is being used of when you celebrated Christmas on my birthday, it makes sense that you don't know what that Christmas celebration is about. And if that's the case, or you're just saying one thing and doing another, then that's what all we got to tell. It's like, you all lied. Okay. You said one thing, you did another. It didn't work. And unless you're willing to stand by it, we got to press you for it. Right. That's kind of how the law works here in Michigan. But because it's so divisive, they don't have to tell you that. And that's how you stay out of problems here in Michigan. But you can't control people. And that's why I went to jail without underwear as a trans person for the second time after I was framed the first time. and sent like all around the country to bless a bunch of stuff. So that's what's going on. People want to pretend like they know more than I do. That's fine. You go on with that self, okay? Go run confidently, stupidly into the sun. That's fine. Everybody's gonna, wow, look at you going bright and bright. Wow, bye. That's basically you. So like if that's you, just wise up to this divine time synchronicity, 4:54 p.m. Okay, if you get the angel numbers, dog, over here at PARACONOMY Inc. Oh man, there's an angel. Okay, if you get the angel numbers, it might be an alien or a demon, dog. That's just how it works over here at PARACONOMY Inc. And that being said, we said 454. Let's see, 4. I think today I'm gonna make some music and art and maybe draw some. 4:54 p.m. Yeah, we put just dualism, legacy, compounding, and layering. Insight, yeah, legal, insight, and decision making, yeah. How to stand next to, yeah, how to immerse yourself in truth, yeah, how to truth. Yeah. And I'm sure there's some good Bible verses. Go ahead and grab your whatever. I'm not huge into it, but like they told me it's real, and so I figured out why not. Yeah, no, I went to just catch you up. I went away from the church like a good Mennonite child should. I went away from the church for 8 to 10 years and then came back, and they're like, we already left you. We already decided not to have you come back. So then, because I'm being shunned religiously and financially, I'm out here. They moved me out here to Lansing, Michigan, the capital, thinking, your problem now, Michigan. And so, hey, they fixed the problem, but they gave me the keys to the car you guys were supposed to give me, and that thing has been crashed all over into the freaking ground. So they're working on getting me all set up right, and that's day by day, just working the steps, working the line of the system on what they have on the actual, where I should actually be at with my other fellow millennials that have gotten themselves out of student debt using sometimes they do it OG and actually get themselves out with a job. Okay, some of them do that. A lot of them don't these days. So if that happens, and that's all my parents are like, I'm not going to get you out of debt. About a 40K. I'm not going to get you out of 40K. You're going to have to stay. And I agree with it. Right, see, you agree with them. That's probably the problem. There's too many of you who wanted to be like, yeah, smear that queer. And just went off and like decided that's who I want to be. And then you sold your soul for an aesthetic, a cosmetic, skin deep aesthetic on just being able to carry yourself like a gruff ass homeboy, right? So, like, if that's the case, that's fucking evil, dog. And, like, well, we need to look at the hell you guys are a part of being all wrapped up into this weird Trumper lifestyle. Because, like, 2020 was fucked. And, like, anything between 2016 to 2025 is messed up at all. Because, well, by the time they put me in court again, it makes sense that, like, they're grooming people in the system and outside of the system, and the CIA doesn't want to flood a bunch of it out, but here we go. It's basically a big old engineered system. Everybody knows this stuff, but, like, it's engineered. They draw this thing out to be like, all the poor people will end up falling into this thing. And then it'll end up in this little, like, tube science. Whoop! It'll be like a freaking, what are those, freaking Pee Wee Herman breakfast machines, dude. But it's like, and then you're out, and you're reformed. It's so crazy. But, like, that's the truth, and a lot of people want to be ignorant to the fact that there's a lot of racism and classism and profiling with something that happened to me. And will continue to happen in this country until we're actually, like, doing something about it. Something that, well, me, Jesus, has been, like, trying to help coax into the right ways and professional ways. Because let's face it, you're not going to respect me like this. A lot of people won't. But I'm just speaking, I'm going to get canceled for just being myself. And if you guys can't get with the idea that because Jesus is a human, Jesus makes mistakes, and you just want to co-opt it and be like, see, I'm perfect, I'm like Jesus, I make mistakes, then you're not helping Jesus. You understand? So it's kind of funny that all these Christians want to be like, I'm still a good Christian, but they're horrible. So, like, that could be a big ploy as to what they're using me for, is to help remind people that, like, hey, you got away with lying too many times about that. Like, once or twice would have been cool. You would have been able to keep track of it. But because you've fallen into the, like, divisive, systemic BS of sin, you get to. So that's how spiritual court works. And the court does co-opt actual spiritual court on top of actual court, three-dimensional court here. And so, like, because that's also going into factor, they keep me here at spiritual jail, and they like me being in a box here spiritually so they could study me. But this is the government and that are working with some of the hierarchy of how some of this intergalactic planetary supplementing works. It's complicated, but we are a part of this dialectical diagrammaton, or whatever the hell it is called. I can't even say it. The Galagalactahedron that is basically being utilized by and co-opted by the state is a part of the alien societal, basically alien godlike entity that kind of the spiritual court rule and law and abidement towards some of the inner workings of our own monologuing. So, like, if that's the universal unconsciousness, then the mind expansion supplements that can be formulated in and outside of that would relay both informational and fiscal responsibilities back onto the party, designated parties. So that's sort of how you justify and weigh out things, and they make a bigger deal of it to make you feel nervous. So, like, that's one big reason why you don't have to fall for that. It's a stage, it's a world stage, and people know this about America and Michigan. But what they don't like to share with others is that it's you got to get a pass, like a Disney kid. You're like you're in the Mickey Mouse Club, basically, and, like, because all the people in the Mickey Mouse Club are entitled, it ends up creating this starved welfare competition towards the nihilism, basically, of the the apartheids and the aristocracies of the autonomy here, because it becomes this very automated thing. So there's a lot of autocracy, there's a lot of hypocrisy, and there's a lot of things that create endowment towards the beneficiaries of the trust lie, not just the money. It ends up the people that add up at the top, and they don't realize they added up have to. It's tricky, but that's kind of what's going on. And it's not hard to see how they're utilizing that likeness against a revolutionary rebel like me. Because, well, I like to deal in music, and punk rock was my like sauce going into it, but I slowly tapered off into Rastafarianism and reggae because I wanted to legalize marijuana. I had just been turned 18 and I got arrested. I turned 18, I got arrested for marijuana, something that was being pushed into legality, but because I looked like a Mexican and I smoked like one, they decided they're going to throw me into the system this way, even though it was like the 5th time I'd ever smoked. But it formed me into this, that like, yeah, my friends probably lied about me. And like, well, not me, they just lied about the situation, right? So like, yeah, once that happens and you've never been in it before, you become a part of it. So I had to take in a bunch of Narcotics Anonymous meetings at the end of high school in order to graduate, basically, for my parents. And it ended up being this. So they thought, I did it. I paid for you once, and you even made a mistake. I'm never doing it again. And so like that's how my family looks at me. And whenever Christmas comes around, it's like, geez, why do we even bother? So like they haven't been inviting me to Christmas the past few years. And they'll go fly out to Hollywood to go hang out with my sister and like my dad's family. And now they are some greedy Hawaiians. Let's put it that way. The only reason it's working so well is because my mom's like, well, since your aunt doesn't have the stay at place anymore, because we used to party on the lake with the Catholics, and they always have money, but now we don't have that, and it's just Adam. So now it's turned into this thing where my mom's like, well, let's go somewhere nice at least. It's winter, and since our son's only going to talk about LSD and like frickin' music, we don't want you here. So like that's basically just show up. Why don't you just show up? Didn't you know this was happening? So my mom's a narcissist, and she turned me into the scapegoat, the family black sheep, and the truth teller. And they all decided, no, you're too honest, you're too autistic, you do all these things that are undesirable, so you must be wrong. And then, well, I mean, they just don't want to talk. A lot of people just don't have the time of day to get caught up having me be above whatever it is they put me underneath. So that's why my mom and her family all practice this weird nepotism towards their religious fulfillments that got them money. Okay, if you don't respect this, you don't get the money. That's pretty Southern. And that's why my Arkansas family and the O'Neills, the Ellises and O'Neills, they all end up over onto this end. And it turned into, and I'm not even supposed to be talking about them right now because this goes against what my parents put on the doctorate over. You're not allowed to talk about the likeness in our family, or you'll be completely cut out of the family inheritance, which they had already planned to do. They cut my inheritance from a 50-50 down to, without telling me, cut me off of my family land and reduced it to 25%, thinking, your sister, you'll just have to go to your sister. She'll be the one to keep you safe. Even though they've already spent a lot of it. This is the messed up part. They don't care. Okay? And because we look at who do I have to blame that groomed my parents into not caring. That's all. There is a line of credit here on legacy, and if we're not allowed to follow it, then that's because you didn't do it right the first few times. You got settled in on the wrong way, and that because people said that's good, you said that's fine. And that's how it works here in America. And if you don't like it, you need to do something about it. Today, to now. And if that's not you, that probably won't ever be you. So do take that into account. You get to, okay? And at PARACONOMY Inc., it's worth doing, okay? We make sure that it's worth doing for you. And if they don't, and I'm dead, and it's still going, make sure you let them know Professor Fun sent you, okay? And hey, as far as we know, there is an afterlife in some way or something we can't really explain. But science is looking into it, and they're finding out a lot of details. So that's good. We're making science easier for the higher ups so they can give us better things. I'm all ears. Come to PARACONOMY Inc. We'll be all ears here too. Yeah, and we'll jib jab. We'll be a lot of ears and a lot of mouth, so you don't have to be, okay? And if you want to be, come to the Rage Cage. I want to set up a Rage Cage, and then a think tank, and then like sensory deprivation healing, like spa therapy. So that way we have a nice cohesive wave of being able to flatten this wave of like feelings, right? Because that's how you want to complement people's experiences. But if there's no diplomacy and because it's on a kind of a colloquial cultural insight, it makes sense to just let the Hawaiian, middle of the ocean, wave king and volcano king go figure out how to make things real volcano-y and real wavy, so we can get more of the like chill, right? You like go into Hawaii for vacation. You don't like go into Hawaii to suffer. So that's kind of like another thing that could be going on, is people are waking up to the fact that I was right. And I've been right and talking about it, and people missed out. So we're here uncovering all sorts of and doxing things so people can actually get their desirable results and being like, instead of being like, I've been doing it right, what's going on? You have been told a lie, and they did it on purpose. So that's what we're here for. We're here to help unbox a lot of things that could have been divinely guided, and you got the brunt of the joke. Yeah? Okay, so if you got screwed up by doing something God told you to do, bring it in, dude. We'll look at it and measure it up against the paraconomy bar and the clairvoyance and telepathy that has been spiritually endowed onto me. So that could be all that you're experiencing is the outlier bounce around of the ripple effect, that of the waves that I make. I set the trends. So I do be setting the trends. Go check out Solar Opposites on Hulu. The Valentine's Day episode's coming out, and you'll find some parrot martyrers in line with some of my jokes, but it'll lead you to some of these weird dream realms that like exist outside of the show. So if that's all you need, I am an uncredited writer for Hulu and Disney and other Fox affiliates and other HBO and Adult Swim things. Okay, I am an uncredited writer. Something my sister put a lot of time into do to be a credited writer. And, well, she doesn't care anymore. So that's kind of what happened, is like she went out there to go be famous, didn't get famous, and doesn't care anymore. but wants to put on airs to pretend it worked, right? Here we are. If Hollywood is running the country, let's figure out Hollywood. And then we don't have to lie. We all know the truth. We just we learned from Hollywood. Right? And California's they already know they bit the dust on this one. That fire that just happened a few days ago, it happened because all these schmoes got it wrong. And well, Hawaii burnt down, right? A few years ago. That was another causation of cause and effect on some of this spiritual telepathy and sacred synchronicities. Whole island got burnt, right? And then because people weren't following the rules yet again, guess what? There's more fires, and this time it's actually burning somewhat important people's houses down, right? Celebrities and shit like that. Excuse my language. But yeah. I mean, like, you could see how fed up I could be on being like, okay, look, you guys don't want to follow the rules. Okay, I'm gonna just tell everybody why these islands and things and fires are starting. We can control the weather, and the government does it utilizing stuff like this. It's not that difficult to study or find out, but you do have to kind of cross the threshold of the impossible, right? Being possible. That's what we do at PARACONOMY Inc. because it's pretty paranormal. Doesn't happen every day. Exactly. But because there's overhead in that, it does. And maybe we've been lied to about what paranormal activity is supposed to be like, because the powers that be make so much money off of it. So that's the case. Boop, boop. We just have to unlock whatever native magic that was already here before we showed up, right? Because I'm half Polish, so like half my people were here, half of them weren't, right? I'm Hawaiian, so like those people are here. There were Asian people here before my Hawaiian ass came out here for the first time, right? That's because they're immigrants, okay? They're indentured, they're slaves. A lot of Chinese people and Asian people, Japanese, and especially before, right when my family not been chosen, we would have ended up in an internment camp in like a matter of, we left about 2 years later after the internment camp started swelling down, the Japanese ones. So if my dad had been born like just a little sooner, my family would have been a part of that agenda potentially, which is pretty scary because that's not even a whole 60 years away, guys. And people want to be like, it's 100 years away, and it's not, dude. That has happened in recent times, and people are still alive. So we can't just ignore that. It's like, oh, we're past that. We are not, dog. So like, if that's where you're at, maybe take your time digesting some of the facts here of how I got to A to B, utilizing the likeness of whatever information is available at speculatory levels and above. So if I went through some spiritual thing that gave me a lot more omnipresence and wisdom, I should get paid for that. I'm not getting paid for it. And in fact, I'm being ostracized for it. So we have to do stuff until that gets opened up for the rest of the world. So that's my tea on that. Thinking on how we're supposed to go about this. We're about 2 hours in. It's 5:16. We just hit 5:15. It's 5:16 p.m. over here at PARACONOMY Inc. I'm gonna kind of like schmooze and vibe here a little bit. Maybe get off the sauce. I think this will be I'll wrap it up here because this is a lot to digest in 2 hours. And yeah, let's smoke some weed. I'm gonna just like kind of tap in, and I'm gonna kind of just sign off here as I go, I think, or maybe I'll dig around and find something else to talk about. But you're welcome to stay, you're welcome to leave, hit that like, share, subscribe button if you guys resonate with this. If any of this feels like it could be your like big break on getting something done in your life, let me know in the comments. Let me know in a message. Feel free to donate. Do you, dog? Because this might not last forever. And if that's the case, like, soak it up, man. We have plenty of time. But, like, you get to decide. You get to choose. And I hope you choose wisely from here on out. You know better, do better. PARACONOMY INC. Doop doop. Yep. So, yeah. There you go. There you go. We got doop doop. Light them up, bitch. I'm a cowboy, baby. Mowing in my lawn, and my lawn's still shining. Cowboy, baby. I can slice a pig from a mile away. Cowboy, baby. I got my gun and my whatever in my tobacco sling. Cowboy, baby. I'm not a Native American. Down, wow, wow. Man, I was just a guy from a Michigan town. I was doing Michigan things with my mouth. Michigan, it works. Michigan town was a Michigan place. Perfect place for murder, perverts. Perfectly, perfect. I'm just gonna be murder here. Pervert time is Christmas time. I'm Kid Rock. Anyway. Hottest year on record since the planet passed 1.5 Celsius of heat for the first time in 2024. Temperature supercharged extreme weather. There you go. There's a favorite number. The atomic chimpanzee photon. It ain't a shame that you can't say fuck, 'cause fuck's just a word and it's all fucked up. You don't really care why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, and if you contract, your life is on conflict. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just one of those days. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Nigga, I'm Ghost. Cooler than most. Nah, on the side I'm eating gross. You're not allowed. I don't care. You're canceled. I'm gonna cancel you. Try it. Buy it and sell it. What am I paying you for? Did you do that commercial yet? I love it. Will it buy it? Anyways. Christian time is an American. Whatever. Whee! Christian America, whatever. Yeah. Oh, yep. Yep. That's important. You dig that part. Right. You're like, hey, I'm a victim. I'm a victim again. Yay, I'm wrong. And it makes me a victim again. Good. Good. Thank you. Thank you. I love Always Sunny. Anybody watch the game? Yeah. That they don't love you. Or, well, now they do. See? She said yes, he said no. She said yes, he said no. I think I wanna kiss you right in here, everybody, right now. Dum, 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 da 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 da. Yeah. I think I wanna kiss you. Yeah, dude. Anyways, I'll kiss you. I'll kiss you. You know. Now you're playing the game. You could get a girlfriend with that, you know. Really? Well, I well, I'm pretty enough to get a boyfriend that'll pay me. If I get a girlfriend, she'll just spend all my money. Unless that's changing and you're lying about it and you just don't want to talk about all the boys you saved because you have money to help them with. Curious, you killed my wife over this. It's kind of, I'm curious. Yeah, she was, dog, we were like that for a second. I was trying to marry her for a little while and they killed her on my birthday. Yeah, dude. Like, Goodman's, freaking Demures are attached to this thing. Yeah, dude. It's like all over. Because it's the Vogel family, but the Vogels are an offset of the Wolves, dude. I've got a lot of what I'm finding out now, and I'm starting to piece together is like the offsets of German families that are here in the States as non-Nazis, but Germans. And so like because because the Wolf family, Bob Wolf, my Aunt Becky's, like he ends up doing a lot for the state. But he's a deacon. So like what we can look at is the dialectical distinguishing between Protestant religions and Reform and Christianity towards whatever dissect and dialect of defectiveness, because they're switching up languages as they're defecting. And so like while they're basically rigmaroling the Nazi insignia or German group on progressive forms, the German group, they are segueing away from towards the American hypocrisy and lineage of the Illuminatic systemic forum of Abrahamic design in the Egyptian type of form and dialect and excusing of its own gold, right? To shorten it up, basically, is why it existed at all. And so if you look at the co-opting and railroading, because it's not just co-opting there, here it is a lot more. We probably will, but like we probably won't do it like that. So like there is a difference. Maybe we'll have to, but like at any rate, this is how they did it. And if that's legal here in America and Michigan, I need to look at being able to have an opinion about it. So if this is all the disclosure we need, form your opinions based off of the information that we're giving you. And that's a big agenda rollout via left. Well, this is left, right, center, central bureaucracyism, because they don't care about left. They don't care about right. The only thing is that the margin widens and like expands and thins out in the middle. And if that's not going to help people, they don't care. And so that's one big reason why they got a bunch of Zoomers and alphas into the right wings of problems, because it creates in their heads the money. But because this divisive system of gerrymandering has worked so finessing, it creates this creates displacement and this offset. Me, people like me who are like, I want to grow my hair out long, I want to get some tattoos, I want to listen to metal, I want to go wear what I want to wear. Why? Because that's how I like to do. And every time I do it, you guys end up getting further away after all that bullcrap I had to deal with. So, like, that's kind of what happened, too. But it looks like this. And especially without getting to talk about it, you won't fully immerse yourself in the playground of antics that is a lot of sex and violence, the human id, and cathartic role playing. Okay, it feels more like you're LARPing and wearing the skin of a desirable human being, and that's why you fit in so well. You've conformed to this offset of existence, and that's one big reason I'm constantly always getting the third degree and being looked at with an angle, because I'm not doing things according to the conformity. And so, like, that's one big reason people are all high and mighty about my distinguished individualism at all. And it's why I went to art school. They don't have this in Michigan. I had to go to Chicago. I wanted to go to like LA, but like I wanted to be and it's funny. This wouldn't have happened if they just let me do what I wanted to do when I needed it. And so like now, because there were 34 years and we're a good 17 years past when I went off to college, it's like, whatever, we can't worry about you now. Just die, starve, be homeless, whatever it is. We can't help you. And that's kind of where it's clear as day. People are just lazy. And if they're just being lazy, but they're being like, you're the lazy Hawaiian, and they're selling me off as a Mexican, that's pretty damn lazy. So like basically it's coming to cope with terms with, oh, I hope I chose right. Whatever. And they just go on about it. Because guess what? Money talks, BS walks, okay? So if that's you, you just walked the hell out of something really important that wasn't finishing doing one of these. And you walked in the wrong direction. So, like, that's why, like, if you're going to hate me for the right reasons, you know? If you're going to like me, make sure you like me for the right reasons. So, like, that's kind of the next. People thought they liked me for the right reasons, so they thought they could hate me for the wrong ones. And that's kind of like how it works. And that's nepotist. That's a learned behavior. That's not always going to be natural, because natural says there's balance. Unnatural says there's like an asymmetry that can like protrude towards something evil. So like if that's the case, like you have this whole system that they want to push me out of so they can make room, because I take up so much more space than any last of these motherfuckers in the spiritual realm. My birthday's on Christmas. It's hard not to catch people worshiping on Christmas Day. So that's one big reason people don't realize what they got themselves into when they started putting the importance of Christmas on capitalism, materialism, and complacency. Okay? Because it makes you complacent. It's supposed to. People get fat and happy, and that's how it becomes a hedonistic pagan holiday. It's because you're supposed to enjoy. It's the end of the year. It could be the end of all years. Okay? This is the archaic, prehistoric takeaway of that holiday. Okay? And it's supposed to last a lot longer. What people don't realize is I just stopped. I literally stopped man-made time so we could experience natural time. It's strange, but that's what I did. I know what I did, and I know how it works. And you can get it here at Paraconomy the legal way, or you can do it illegally, like that my neighbors upstairs do, the landlords, the state that hides cameras in my apartment, all sorts of things going on here. So, like, because I know, and, like, look, camera, microphone. Friggin' camera, microphone, okay? So, like, that is also happening. Everybody knows that the CIA co-opted everybody's technology for, like, the past 20 years or so. So, like, that's how, like, we are getting into this point of purchase here. I'm supposed to be in Chicago. I'm in Lansing, Michigan. So, like, there's like a weird barrier to entry that I just can't afford to live in Chicago. I can't afford to live in Lansing, Michigan. You see how I like willingly took a seat and everybody's like, stay down. And it keeps like doing one of these and they're like, nope. And like each time it's like, no. And then they're like, uh-oh, you're getting back to like where you thought you were supposed to be because you're supposed to be there. And so now because I am wet in the opulent like theory and like stoicisms, I'm wet in this information of wisdom. They cannot argue that wisdom is important and they want to keep it from people like you utilizing it against them. Okay? That's why I'll be mocked. I'll be mugged, dude. They will straight up try to collude over my likeness and make sure that doesn't reach any pinnacle of achievement in society at all because I'm goddamn Jesus. And if you listen to Jesus, you'll be more like Jesus. So if that's the case, I'm here to put this on Paraconomy so I can help people figure out, even if you're as close night and day as a Jesus, it's not perfect. And we need to look at this from all angles, because if that is perfection, then we need to relabel what we thought was perfect. And that's not something a lot of people are willing to do for money, seeing as they can just do it themselves. So that's something that Paraconomy has basically your ass on. And you'll never leave. Like, I'll get screwed up. I could get displaced and homeless. I could even get murdered. But, like, things that happen here at the company level is the IRS is going to be poking around these books. And even if you burn them, they have access to everything that's happened right here on the cameras, on my phone, on my microphones. Every last end has a little bit of something that the government knows about, and they can coalesce all that information and sell it back to you however way they want. Okay, just understand, this is how dangerous your middle class realities just got. Because a lot of you didn't realize that's why people don't talk about low end theory so widely these days. And that's why a lot of that music got zorped up. So like, yeah, it is how you do that, and it's hard to unsee it, and once you know, you know. So like, it's a difference in being able to like, now you know, apply it. And not something people are willing to do these days as much, because it does end up with you having to stand up for what's right in a system that wants more wrong. So welcome to America, or Paraconomy Inc. And whether you like me or you don't like me, I'm still feeding it to you as flat as day. So understand that whatever happens here stays here in some sense. Things you can't always guarantee, but also, hey, it is all public domain on YouTube, so all you gotta do is click that like button, share, subscribe here at Professor Fun Fun in the Sun, Paraconomy Inc., and Pervert Murderers, the Burger. Please continue to source out more enigmatic freedom and wisdom to utilize to your fullest extent of our three-dimensional reality and beyond. Godspeed, God bless. Give you guys a little prayer here. I'll say a little serenity here. God, grant me serenity to accept things I cannot change, the strength to change things that I can, courage and wisdom to accept the difference. Amen. Amen. God bless. Bless it up. Give it to God. I don't know what to do with it, but maybe God would. Done. See, I don't care. I performed it, right? It's standard religious, and it's effective, especially because I'm ordained. So to show you guys what they do, they take your thing that you care about and they don't care about it, and they just get it done. It's called standardization. And if that's what's happening in your churches behind your back and they're smuggling children across the world via private jet, you might need to look into why the schools, my mom, and their technology, my dad, is affecting your missing children, potentially. So, yeah, that could be a concern. And Michigan would be at the forefront because we do have Epstein clients here in Michigan. So, same old, business is business. There's plenty of unwanted children all over Michigan. So, hey, could be me, could be you. Only time will tell. Godspeed, God bless. Paraconomy Inc. Welcome to Michigan. It's pure, it's working for Christmas time. Welcome to hell, bitches. Welcome to hell, motherfucker. Welcome to hell, N-word. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Put up the W. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Let's put up the W. In with the win. Out with the doubt. Bless it out. You want to win something? Go win it. You want to doubt something? Doubt it. Everything's hot over here. Cool. Yeah. I'm radical here. I'm radical there, but I'm pretty honest, and that part's hard to argue with. Even though I chose things, right? I chose this lane of honesty, but to apply it makes people feel all curmudgeony, like they got it. I pointed out so many truths. It sheds light on how many lies that they are part of. And then shame is displaced, something that they're used to using against other people in order to create power. So don't get shamed in and out of your own beliefs because somebody who is quote unquote above you tells you something other than the truth flatly. Godspeed. Welcome to Paraconomy Inc. It's a snowing. Welcome to Michigan. It's pure. Anyway, whatever. Girls with skin. Oh no. Don't show me skin on a woman, please. Don't even, I don't want to see your face. I'm gonna get turned on. Wait, that's Islamic. Wait, that's Islamic? Yeah. So they're like, it's skin. It must be. It must be all skin that I should be. I shouldn't have to look at. And then the women are like, yeah, that's cool. So, damn, dude. Yeah, it makes you kind of wonder what the hell. Yeah, which is like a huge part of why in America people undergo things. And that's why maybe there's too much pressure being put on trans culture to feminize and over fem out. And that's creating this weird part in the world that makes it too radical too fast, and people are like not used to it. Um, so like in the seasons of goth girls and epigenetics, of course people are getting a lot of plastic surgery, and especially because my people co-opt a lot of your people's plastic surgery, and it ends up being put on me a little bit here to be like, hey, I see everybody's interested in plastic surgery and my people's cosplay and my people's fashion and trends and statements on political gerrymandering of your identity. I see this is happening in this form of the feminine lank, where or the sometimes masculine now, where all these feminine people want to get surgery, cosmetic surgeries and things like that. So people are instantly like, no, I don't need that, or I don't want that, right? And that's where like it maybe has created a echo chamber where people can get angry about it, which is it's really counterintuitive. It's counterproductive, and it's basically a huge part of like, dude, it's we are cucking each other. Excuse my language. We're just cucking each other in all the wrong ways. We're not being reciprocative, and we're not talking about problems. We're doing things about them without we're reacting. We're not thinking about things. We're just jumping in head first, even if that pool's empty. That's what happened to my old roommates. They all just jumped, they leapt without looking, and now they're in trouble because they have all of their likeness here at my company. And unless this goes to court, then I don't have to take it to court. It's company property. So like that's where I can do whatever I want to do with this company property, and if it just so happens to help save my ass in a court of law, I'll use it. But if I'm gonna make more money biting a bullet, I'll bite the bullet and just go to jail. Okay, in that sense. So like I'm a dick, but like it's with function. Okay. And that's where like the leisure does come in on being able to ride the margin, and because I'm a wave rider, the Hawaiian man, surfboard in time for any tattoos, any wave Hawaiian stuff. Oh my god, I'm half black because they're Australian and them niggas is all black as fuck. So like I found out I'm black, dog. See, I won't use it every time, but I found out I'm motherfucking black, nigga. All right, so like that's one big reason why I gotta be like, wait a second. I'm doing whiteface for my mother. I can stop doing that. And the government's like, yeah, you're supposed to help set the pace for culture, even though you're an undesirable white. I was like, oh, perfect, yay, I'm a Polynesian finally. I finished being white my whole life, and I can finally say nigger. All right, perfect, I'm here for it. That sounds awesome. Good for you. Yeah, good for you. And I'd been doing it the whole time, but I snuck it in so I could sneak some of these fun ones in. And now I'm like a 6-way minority, and people are like, I want so much more from you. But like they're just taking it. They're not just like adding it into what is possible or where they should wait to do it. People are impatient. So the Buddhism part comes in. Hey, wait! Try that for a second. Anyways, whatever. Wait as long as you need to. don't have to. You don't have to. Or react if you want to. You know, whatever. We have to, but we don't have to. Or whatever. We're from Michigan. or cry. Wow! They're looking right at me. I'm doing lots of science right now. I'm doing some science here and some science there. And now you do what they tell you. And now you do what they tell you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. You're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. Now you do what they told you. Look at the sky. I'm falling in the sky. Justify. Close your eyes. Penetrate the bag when your clothes are white. Close your eyes. Adjust the TV skies. Umbrella in bags when you're frozen. Kite. I don't think those are the words. Yeah, whatever. We're from Michigan. No, those are the words here. Yep. I heard them. A skeleton bag and a frozen bike. Yeah. That's gotta be what they say. Well, whatever. Is that how we got here? Yeah. I was wondering. Oh, now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you. Yeah, the Trumpers listening to Rage Against the Machine. Oh my god, okay. Neat. Mexicans for Trump. I don't get it either. Whee! Now I do, though. Now I do. I'm a Mexican, didn't you know? According to the great state of Michigan, I'm a Mexican. Did you know that? And now the MS-13s and the Latin Kings are like, hey, you can't be here. I'm like, yes, I can. I'm a Mexican now, too. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. They're like, I don't know about this, homie. I'm black. I can say the N-word, too, man. I'm like, you can say the N-word, but you're a Mexican. No, man. I'm a nigger. I'm like, wait. How does that work? I'm Mexican. That's just how it works. I said, okay, never mind. Yep, it makes sense, yeah. And now you get prison. Now that's how you get it. Oh, now I understand. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be how you do them. Yeah.
It's just, it's one of them things you gotta be in on in order to be a part of the Latin Kicks.
It's baby cakes.
Yeah, it's just you gotta do whatever the gang leader tells you to do, man. That's just a part of prison. It's not even really that difficult. You gotta just do what they say, and then you do whatever you wanna do, man. It's a gang.
Oh!
It's a white gang. White gang. They follow you with the
crystals! Yeah, dude. Find the crystals and take them to the cave, and you'll have ESP too. All of a sudden, you'll have doop doop. And it'll be like, bing in your ears, or it'll be like, whoop in your other ear. And it'll be like, oh, I possess the power of the Anunnaki. I'm going to fall into the sky. Take me, oh sweet lords of the ethereal underworld. Sweet. And then you'll just be like, oh, well, now I'm in the inner world. Whoop, a conundrum of the dungeon. So I like this inner world thing until about this oxygen stuff. Like a valve on the oxygen that you could just like shut off in this inner world? See that's concerning. Yeah. And if it's like Hal, if it's like a hello, I am the computer. I am going to be shutting off the oxygen incrementally for the next 7 hours. Right. I might be a little concerned here if we can't get out of this inner world. But who cares? Whatever. But no one, everybody's like, we have contingencies up my ass, and you have to suck my pee-pee to get the contingencies to save yourselves. No, thank you. Paraconomy Inc. I'm gonna go not jump off a cliff like Lemming, and I'm gonna come up with something better. Beat a bad idea with a smart idea. Ta-da! Oh, bought into that bad idea. Huh. I might have done that. I don't know if I want to go down there either now. I can do my own thing. I'm feeling pretty confident he's stupid enough to do it, and he's fucking stupid. I can do that. I've done it before. And you know what? I'm not going down there. There you go. Now we're getting some resistance. Yeah, we're like Star Wars rebels, but worse. Yeah, we're stupid. I know. But they are supposed to be stupid. No. Being poor and being stupid are two different privileges. You can make them the same, but like, you don't have to. You can just make it one or the other. 555. Anyways, yeah. You know, you gotta have a good deuce, okay? You gotta have a good pro, all right? You can't just have a good con. You gotta have a good pro, proactive, okay? Be pro-aggressive. Find a good pro, all right? You guys said, I want the old. I said, in with the new. You guys were like, I want showmanship. I'm like, I got it right here, nigga. I'm gonna strangle you. I'm gonna get you, N-word. I lost you. I have to say N-word again. Darn it. Gosh darn it. Keep doing this to myself. Don't cancel me, please. I think this guy wants us to cancel him. Yeah, maybe this guy might just want us to just believe things. Is this a cult? No, well, this is Christianity a cult? Now I thought Christmas was just a holiday, but now I kind of think it's a cult. I don't know if I want to celebrate Christmas. Can I celebrate Hanukkah? It's still Christmas for the Jews. Oh shit! I like that end of the year stuff. Okay, I want to celebrate Pervert Murderer then. I'm gonna buy some stock and share in Paraconomy Inc. so I can celebrate Pervert Murderer since that's all we're allowed to share. Damn it. I was really gonna use that for myself. I think I'll do that. Hey! You say you bartered here, right? Okay. You just need some equipment? Okay, I got you. I'll give you some equipment and some money. Here you go. And now I can do whatever, right? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Oh, that's easy. You didn't tell us we could do all of that. Yep, I did. Well, I wasn't listening. Yeah, that sounds about it. Yep, I don't listen to you. Okay, there you go. But that last part I heard. Now, you said everybody's got oxygen up here, and we're fine. We just have to deal with it. Yeah, yep. Oh, okay. Well, what's it? Well, just get through it. Survive. Survive aliens and angels and demons, and it will be okay. And they work for you. Yep. So we just survive that. Oh, I already do that. I can do that. This is fine. I'm fine. Sign me up. Oh. Do it, Elvis. Gyrate those hips. Oh, bring it around town. You do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and then. Whee! Oh, see, that's so much more fun. It's cool. Aren't we having fun, SpongeBob? We're trapping out. We're trapping it out. For whatever. Sometimes Jesus, don't say it. Sometimes Jesus. Sometimes Cthulhu. Sometimes straight up Satan dog. What up, Lucifer? You're just supposed to. Yeah, you're just supposed to do things. So I'm also an Atlantean starseed super child thing. Alright. I'm a Palladian gray ass nigga ass person thing. Whatever. Whatever. I do things for aliens on Earth. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Yeah. Skirt, what up? Sweet. Blood set Zoe. Blood set Zoe. Yeah. Okay. So, I have sex with people. I'm old enough. But, like, I had sex with people when I wasn't old enough to. Uh-oh. You mean I was 16? Yeah, you're not supposed to be having sex when you're 16. Are you? Wait a second. Did I have sex at the right age? Yeah, I waited till I was... Oh, I did it at 15. Uh-oh, age of consent. Boo! You were 15 and you had sex with a 14-year-old. Oh no, that's illegal. And then you were 16, you waited till you were 16 and she was still 14 and you had sex with her. I'm a pedophile, stop. And then you told your mom and she told her parents and like, you were like, guys, and they made you stop having sex again? Yeah, again. After I'd like waited so long and impressed my family with not having sex with my male cousin, because like I was confused because I was in kindergarten and I got all felt up by the neighbor boy, and like, yeah, maybe that's what made me gay. The white boy that made me gay was in karate, and I fixed it. I made it straight after I was gay for so long, and then I got into porn, and then I met her, right, and then she's like married now, and then there's that whole story, right, and then it goes, and I send that out to North Branch, and then I meet the Lakes, holler, and then they get involved, and now everybody's involved. Because they go down to North Carolina. Right. Crazy connections. But that's the biker meth here in Michigan sometimes. Is the teachers, the hairstylists peddle a lot of biker meth and drugs out away from the bikers towards the teachers and office workers and other things like that. So if you wanted anything good, you would go to the scrubs at the bottom. Tattoo shops, hair salons, any of the storefronts, much like the hood does, in the fronts of the stores, right, where you set up business, everything looks proper, you don't have to make a scene, right? You enter and exit as clear as day, and you're just committing fraud and fraudulence and crime. But fraud's a lot easier to sell off than getting caught with paraphernalia. So, as you can see, the ball's in their court. And this is where my family also picked up in on some of that on me back when the haircut scene was huge and the tattoos and everything got really big in Michigan back in the 90s. So that's the era I'm from, and that's what I grew up around. And I used to want Liberty spikes growing up, and I used to want Liberty spikes and like all this other stuff. And so like at least we can look at the gatekeeping on white people taking black culture from the 70s and being like, look, we're doing whatever you told us, and we're gonna let them know it's you guys. And so they're like, good, my guy, and they like put them on, right? They flip them and hoe them out, turn them around, they make more. So that's kind of why it kind of placates towards the vacancy of this crime. That it's a victimless crime. There's nobody here, and it's placating the ins and the ins and outs of like their own currency in exchange of effort of reseeding and redealing crime syndicate families. So if you're part of by accident, you now understand how Michigan is able to trap itself out concurrently without ever having to go beyond its own gerrymandering of what the system it feels like and is, and it basically ensues. So that allows people into privilege. That's something that's kind of hard for people to wrap their heads around with every single motion. So while people are like kind of balancing and like executing these functions, it sort of plays and varies variably in and out of the spectral analyses of consistency. Now, if this happens in more fragrantly or flamboyantly, well, I can't talk. If this happens like spicy time out there in those ways, it means that they could get caught up. So if you're more spiritual while you're high or while you're having sex, it means that like you could be more in the flow state that might put you in with more of this sacred synchronicities, something that's protected by the Illuminatic sealatures of our countries and states like legislator. And that was co-opted between Native American tribes here in America, and why they basically spatulaed it and like flipped it up, unrooted a ton of theocracy and bureaucracy here that the natives had laid waste towards copper, fool's gold, real like precious gems and stones, all these other forms like leathers and pelts, things with blood, stone, wood, textiles, all these other things that you could make more permanent on your end with having this temperance to it and being able to be like, it's fixed, I can settle it on margin because it's not technically mine, and I'm going to pass it down to the generational. Now this kind of piggybacks on tabernacle life in Israel during the Abrahamic religion and eras of humanity, where the epoch of detail in the tipping of societal's empirical values also lay waste to its own predecessors, and it creates this backwards movement because this is the function of society, is to create this thing going on, and then the overhead, meanwhile this is going on, the overhead like and it's like and it sometimes it like does all this while it's still like functioning. So that's how you make waves, that's how you make complex transients. That's why at PARACONOMY Inc. we have access to the rule and law of stoicism that was endowed to me by my ancestors, something I ended up doing high on mushrooms. And now, because I can't undo what I had experienced and nobody else experienced it, it made things non-secular for me. So I'm a bastardized hybrid version of my ancestral thing because it's been co-opted so many different ways over my namesake and safekeeping. And I was given the heads up in 2013. Okay? It was a long time ago, but I found out I was being CIA like in 2013, 2014. Like even though nobody told, like, walked up and directly, like, led me down the corridor of, this is what we're doing, this is blah blah blah, because I was received well by the festival CIA ops, and they put me in charge of some things while I was on my festy loop from '09 at Lollapalooza all the way up into 2024. So from 2009 at Lollapalooza, the CIA co-opted me somehow by contacting me and simply talking to me and being like, hey, welcome in. Come on in. And I said, oh, okay, great. Yeah. And now I'm a part of the CIA. So this is how that part works. And this is why they just let a bunch of Trumpers in, is because this is how well it worked. It was effective. It turned me into a badass. And they want to see some of you poor white folk, who voted for Trump, voted in, bought into the conspiracies and the copulation and coalescing of all of that, and let people into this sauce. Okay, that is basically that virtue, right? So if I found a lot of different flavors of virtues, it led me towards these corridors of being able to represent anything from outside of what is mainstream or normal, and be able to throw around theologies like pudding. So that's one big reason it sticks to stuff. Once you speak natural law and order into existence, it needs to be measured by both corporal and non-corporal entities. This is why my likeness is all over the world right now, is because I'm in the high level of spiritual echelon, court valued, like dictatorship being swung and gerrymandered over the high lord of system in America. It's strange and it's archaic, but it serves the purpose of hierarchy that is unspoken here about royalty and civics over those archaic endowments that better society. So I'm on a weird, strange ass witness protection program here in the status of my measurement up or toward the fiscal responsibility of the bar, something I cannot pay off this way, but they're seeing that I can pay it off this way, and that they're going to milk it by keeping me in custody and keeping me on warrant while they're able to do it, because they've never done it with Jesus, and they see that it's making a lot more hand over fist on it. And so now people are like finally like getting to the packages and presents on my birthday, and they're realizing there's no Alex in this. What happened to all the magic? Right. There's no Professor Fun in these presents like there used to be. What's going on? Did we screw up the Christmas magic somewhere? Or did we need that guy? No. That guy was always wrong. That guy's annoying to us. Tells the truth. Shines lights on our demons. We don't want him here. So that's basically how that can happen here in America. Be safe. Stay safe. It ain't safe, dude. So put them onto the road to rubber on it, okay, guys? Because like that does seem to be a big heavy-handed nope on my life at 34. And if that continues in America, just understand this is the seedlings of microfascism and other things like evil things that are worse than fascism. So like that's happening, and like if that's like whatever for you, and you're probably from Michigan and you don't care and you can't be bothered with the facts because there's too many of them that go against what you woke up today thinking you'd have a upper hand in on. And unless you're willing to get with evil, which many of you are not, which I don't blame you, it's awful and it's too easy. So like, you go with the flow, everybody. That's what I say, is like, if you're able to unroot yourself from some of the evil crap that people tell you and what you based your lies in life off of, the sand in the theorem of a carpenter that says build your life upon the rock, build your life upon truth. Don't just chintz out for the opportunity to create expectations that become more and more unrealistic. And so, like, that's hard to explain to children, but it's easy to lie to them about. So that's how it happens. That's how you end up with pedophilia and racism and literally burning money. So if it's just a bunch of cult magic and secularism, then you just talk about the religious freedom and secular, like, kind of ranks of we'll make you a king's man. We won't make you the king, but we'll make you a king's man so you can be like a king. So it's the false sense of comfort, but you're still working for us. And we like you enough to make sure that, well, you're safe. Because you actually control this thing. So we can't tell you that you control this thing, or else you would do something with it. So if you want to know how it works, that's all you have to look at, is the innocence of what they're buying. Okay, they're buying innocence. They're buying that person innocence in the courts. Okay, because it's favorable, and that's all they're doing. They want things to be favorable, and they want to test things out. So they'll just screw you over just to test something out to see what happens. It's part of political science, and it's part of what Harvard's doing to study my likeness here at MSU and at the Capitol here in Michigan. Along with other schools like Brown and UCLA and lots of really neat like schools are in this UIC, freaking Notre Dame. We got everybody on the case these days. So their likeness is co-opted here at PARACONOMY Inc. And nobody likes me. So like a lot of people will have their likeness up above board on things and below board. That's where their likeness is being represented. They like that I break the law in cartoony ways. Actually, they don't, but like they like aliens. And the aliens are basically, they co-opted PARACONOMY Inc. To basically tell you, fuck off. This guy's in charge. He's Jesus. Which is a big hard nope on people's realities. They don't want to accept that a pauper could be a king. When society's always right. And I benefit off of society. I don't benefit off of you. Welcome to PARACONOMY Inc. We take care of you even while you sleep. So, do you. I know when you've been bad or good, so cheer the heck up. Get back to work, elves. Busy, 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 busy. It is that time of year. Tax season. Good job. Good save. Yeah. My N-word. But I digress. How's everybody doing at home? Drama at home? Great. Same here. Who's got parents? Oh, everybody had parents. That's how they got here. Portal parents. The portal keeper parents. Yeah. They'll teach you about portals. When you're older, they'll teach you about portal travel. And whatever. Yeah. A bunch of whatever. Isn't that fun? Let's smoke out of this. My first boyfriend, Jesse, got this for me when I was dating boys. I know. Whoa. I know. I'm fucking gay, queer, but I was just bi-curious. I was like, I want to know more. So I went out to go find a dick to suck, and damn did I suck that dick. All right. So, whatever. I'm from Michigan. Whatever. No. I went to school, and then I found out my school was 80% LGBT, and I was like, and it was founded by 2 lesbians. I was like, wait a second. What I want to try. And so I tried it, and I'm like, this is awesome. Nigga, I'm a girl. And then I went off to be a girl. And now everybody's mad because I'm pretty and I'm a home wrecker as a girl. I slept with a bunch of people's husbands. So, and whatever, it it made things interesting, and now I'm a part of like the top like Republicans and cops. I slept with some white dudes who were like, and they killed my girlfriend. So that's the thing that just happens in America, gang life. And at least everybody's working together and trying to create more diplomacy over me. And that's pretty good blessing. People care about me enough to like murder people. So like Godspeed, God bless, lead with love, lead with love. Amen. Yeah. If we can figure that out, that'd be great. Yeah. Totally great. We have it figured out. You already figured out for us. You're Jesus, and you understand Islam and like religious secular diplomacy or non-secular, whatever. Godspeed. So, where did we get this? I don't even remember. It was pink, and now it's not. Hell yeah. Gay life, what up? Hey, hail Satan, or whatever. Praise Jesus, whatever. But yeah, I digress. Great dick, Jesse. Thanks for being daddy for a little while. He was good on that. Yeah, go date Jesse, all you hotties. He's got a lot of love to give. Go give him a smooch. Yeah. We broke up. Obviously, where is he? Yeah, we broke up because it was like, yeah, this isn't gonna work, and was like, oh fuck no, and he was like, oh yeah, no fuck no. So like, we broke up, and then he like, people do stuff once you're angry, and they do that. So that's all, and like, I gained a lot. I grew up, but my family bastardized me. They're like, "You're not a real man." And in fact, that was the test. We're deciding that was the test. Not all these other things that you surpassed and passed with flying colors, but this one. So, once everybody gets on the same page, they don't want you to conform. Even though you did it before they could even kibosh you. And because I told them I was conforming, and they didn't like the way I was conforming, my parents called the cops on me. So like, they do that. My parents will call the cops on you, but it's a form of this religious shunning. And in fact, I think they're realizing because they're calling the cops on me too often and worrying about me messing up, other people are fucking with them, and well, it killed somebody, and they're looking at how did this kill our son's wife, the one that we've been sleeping with, yeah, the one we've been using you to sleep with, yeah, potentially. So like, if people are just hella hungry and jealous about my cool thrifty art, boho hipster lifestyle, then it makes sense that they're unabashedly the same crusty, punky, asshole, Down syndrome dirtbag that I am, deep down. And nobody's willing to talk to that person like an adult ever. And I'm 34, so it's if you wanted that, it came and went. If you still need that, it costs money now. So that's how you guys can beat the system. Start your own corporation, start your own LLC. It's like $1,000. It's like more like you could do it for under $5,000 easily. Okay. So I highly recommend that. I'm in the process of that $5,000 right now. I just processed the trademark. It's done and done. PARACONOMY's up and running, level-headed business, totally by the books. That's one big reason why people are And it'll just take some time. I got to do my taxes now and catch up because I've never worked a job long enough to make enough to pay back on taxes and pedal wage. So that's why I'm also at displacement level, is because if many of you had the opportunity to do that, I had to go try to make art into a career, and that costs a lot and takes a lot of sacrifice and time. So I did it the starving artist way, but the rigmarole got all hood out and hoodwinked. So now they're like trapping out my name in this weird nuanced like version of mine and theirs. And it's strange because if my parents would have just had civil discourse over it, we would have been fine. But because are so deep-seated hated and indoctrined into that lexiconical like value scape of nepotism and narcissistic ways that keep people from gaining access, they could do it with a few dollars, and they did. So that's how shallow some of your parents will be, and your friends and family lie to you. Okay, that's another part of this disclosure. Guess what? From here on out, they'll probably continue to lie. So you better have your teeth on that English lexicon and the symbolism that can come along with applying it. And that's kind of where the apple don't far fall from the tree, applicably. Yeah. So if that's applicable for you, then you should re-evaluate what you've been told to be true and how you're using it, because that's knowledge is power. Schoolhouse rocking. Okay. PARACONOMY Inc. So that's kind of one big reason why you gotta throw heat, so to speak. And I don't hold a gun, so like I gotta like pow, 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 on like some other thing, right? And that could be the say all end all between creating some of this division and for the rest of the planet, dude. So it's an amount of time between here and there for me to just level up here using this type of landscape and scapegoating on my behalf, and use it to my advantage finally and help tip it into regularity after 34 years of irregularity. Easier said than done, but it is possible, and I'm living proof that you can get yourself up out of some of this stuff all by yourself. It's scary, and you'll have to do stuff you don't agree with, but it's real, and you can become a self-made millionaire in that sense. It's not impossible. It's not easy though, and it costs lives potentially. So if that's the case, all I got to do after I've done so much work and tracking and traveling and going to jail and getting caught up in stuff in the lightest ways, but like, dude, if that's like an inconvenience and people in my family have never been to jail, I think it's just I'm just the first of many who will be going to jail for this type of thing, because that's kind of how profiling works, and it's how we're trying to create natural incentivized reparations towards anything we've been doing incorrectly in the hood for so long, using things like Irish Catholicism or Roman and Grecian like theology in said factorates and sections of like those cult like nomadic societies that have been co-opted, like Vikings and witches and tarot readings and all that stuff. So if that's your people, forgive me, they are bastards. But like, if that is just our way to keep things spinning and swirling in the melting pot here in America, then just so be it, you know. And until we actually get where we're supposed to be, it's gonna feel those ways and these ways, and we gotta get with it. PARACONOMY Inc. Yep. So that's some way to look at it, and like it's probably okay to do. in the right doses, and maybe people should pipe up more about what wrongs they've been in through, because that would help. And if we're trying to keep a good thing good, let's help. Let's not just
watch you suffer. Hey. You suffering? What are you doing in there? Hey. What are you doing in there? Quit suffering. Now we're having fun out here.
right. Pour some water on you. Right. That's America. That's what you can expect. The older bad boys won in that sense. The Proud Boys got what they wanted, which is why it is the way it is. You see, the Proud Boys made such a stink with my people's land and rights and privilege because we fucked your sister and your mom and your dad and your aunt and your cousin. Give us exactly what it is we want. We want Hawaii co-opted, and we want tribalism co-opted. We need it. So, like, that's why they need me, too. And they lie about what it is that they are colonizing. No. Yep. You're a bunch of colonizer conformists. Welcome to hell. PARACONOMY Inc. And it's okay. If you didn't want to be remembered like that, you shouldn't have added it into your palette of color. These colors are colorful. I need more colors. Yeah, you do, Jethro. You need lots more colors. You are American. You deserve of my colors. My colors. I'm coloring Jack. Don't say the N-word except to two white people about white people. It's confusing. Keep up. We're from Michigan. Keep up. Everybody. Ha ha ha. Typical. Ha ha. They don't know about this. Ha ha. Typical. So Sadie. That's so Sadie. Typical. That's so Sammy. Atypical. No, just typical. They're autistic. It's okay. She, right. They're autistic. Yeah. There you go. Make the Nazis think. Yeah. That one's a brown Nazi. That one's a white Nazi. But she's unwanted, and so is she. They became Trumpers. He said, I'm going to become the best and lie the best. Because that's what I get to do here. Can you spot the differences here? It's in Michigan. You see, we need to have an opinion on Mexicans here in Michigan. We need to have an opinion on the Mexican populace in Michigan, because that means they're getting in from down there and they made it up. And now there's Mexicans in Canada. Now we need, guys, I may have built the wall in the wrong spot. Oh no, everybody, quick, build another one. Except this time, do it the way Professor Fun wants it. Yeah, how does Professor Fun want it built? Well, it's more the pervert murderer, right? I don't know. The pervert murderer, which one is it? I want him to build a wall around Hawaii. I want him to build a wall around Hawaiian Island. One with the airport. Only the ones with the airports. Okay? This is important. I want all of these undocumented whites that are here in America to get off my people's soil. You were supposed to replant and rekindle the soil. And your people are supposed to be somewhere else. There's 200 million whites, 100 million non-whites, 40 million blacks, and 500,000 Hawaiians and natives. Okay? So if that's like the order of things, we need to start looking at how we made me a minority and how easy it is for minorities in the past to make it to where you're a majority shareholder here now. So that's all. Oh, that's more than one thing. Yeah, bitch, it's more than one thing. Get good at more than one thing. That's what I had to do. I'm single and 34. I had to get more than one thing, and I did that, and I'm a pro. I love it that I get to. I'm a pro. I'm a CEO. Man, I'm a CEO. I'm gonna be on CEO life, my man. Or whatever. You know, that's what a juggalo might be on. You know, and whoop whoop, I'm from Lapeer, Juggalo land. God bless. Lead with love, lead with love. Whoop whoop. We're from Michigan. I'm Polish. I'm gonna be white now for a second. I'm gonna be English. I'm English Polak. I'm going to be. I'd like to put on airs over here now that I've said that gruesome word, and going to put Wennington on the map here. Blessed be thy name, Wennington here in grandiose Michigan. Oh, grand. Wow. Okay. Pinky out, yes. Did you happen to see numbers and letters? I saw pictures today. Oh, jolly good. Were the dancing? Yes, dancing pictures, Papa. On that thing that's oh, thank you. Yes, that thing. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes, quite. Left. I have never held it in my left hand. This is too far. It's too far. It's too far. Bring it back. Bring it back, please. It's too far. It's so far away. Where are you going? Bring that back. Come here. That's okay. Come here. Here's money. I've got some money. That's right. I have some money. Yes. There you go. Whee! Oh, that's very good. Oh, ha 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 ha. Oh, wee! 639. All right. All right, there's the door, everybody. Get out of here! PARACONOMY INC. Welcome to hell. I mean, whatever. Michigan. Yeah, Michigan. That's right. I'm from Michigan, or Ohio, or Florida. I think this is more of an Illinois type of annoying, like, or yeah, you're getting closer to that fieldy. Get back in that field out there, Idaho, Boise. You're gonna money. Oh, go. Get out. Don't you have some soil to till, bitch? Go flip the soil, bitch. That means flip the bodies sometimes in the soil. It's awful. You should see how the historical bullcrap the Native Americans had to do. Oh man, if you were tapped into it as spiritually as I am and have been, dog, you're gonna be like, oh no, I don't want to do any of this. You mean this is a part of living in America? This is messed up. You're not going to do anything about it. That's pretty much all we get to do. So just remember that they're killing us to be like, well, we killed the right people on top of killing everybody else. Okay, that's not what we want, but they're like, they just rolled it out. So, come to PARACONOMY INC. We'll at least try to keep you safe and not fuck you in front of everybody like, I guess I've done in the past. But, that was one time, and it was just a backyard. Anyways, I got a potty mouth. I got a mixed mouth. Okay, I'm integration 101. I'm the whole reason integration works in this country. So fuck it, a nigger, and queer bag faggot, shit face cunt, dyke kike, bitch face tit having ass dick nigger. Fuck ass nigger, fuck nigga ass and ass, piece of cunt, bitch ass nigga, bitch tits, fuck ass bits tits, fucking gnar, bro, hit dip, bro, break, don't cancel me, dude. Wait, please come back. Those words trigger my delicate sensitivities. Please don't ouch my nigga. Don't ouch. Yeah, don't ouch. Donuts hurts. Donut. I didn't get that one right at all. Nigga, I didn't get no donut hurts. Whatever. I'm from Michigan. Forgive me. I'm from Michigan. I can't say that, but Jesus just did. So I like when Jesus does whatever. Right. It makes me feel scared for a second. Then it brings me back to real life. It's like, oh wait, you don't know why you were doing this. Yeah, I do, but now you don't. Right. That's why it's funny. See, watch the teachers. You can't say that in class. Nigga, you can't say what in class? What do you mean, nigga? You can't say that in class. I'm from Michigan. I can say whatever I want in class, nigga. That's illegal. That is so illegal. I am black on that side. Because the Australians make Filipinos into niggas. But yeah. Whatever, Hawaii. Whatever. You got the mooka. That's probably the one sauce that but instead of the mooka, I got the polywog here. I got the polygon here. So like instead of mooka, I'll just put it on my face right, and that was cool. But like, okay, that's kind of like, that's my secret that I didn't want to tell everybody about. Woo! And I have boobs, but I grew them myself. So like, you might have to earn that. It made me more spiritual, and I was able to like sacrifice some of my manhood to other cultures that were supposed to have something there and don't have me like that. So I gave them like that. Excuse me. Come see, come saw. It made things softer and balanced things out for a lot of good reasons. And like, especially with so much like trauma and hate and like just abuse that I've been through. People go through it. So like if I have a lighter version of it and people are like, how did you get such a heavy swing on your like spiritual crap? We put a lot of hexing. We wanted you to kill yourself and off yourself. We're witchcraft witches from Michigan. We work the courts and the schools. We wanted you to die. You could have done it. When you came to the flower shop, we wanted you to crash your car. So in that sense, like they had this like unspoken agenda that if you weren't for the system and you got a letter on your telephone, the civilian disclosure had my spaceship. Now I got abducted in 2022 after this got framed into my occurrence, and the government got an eyeful. They said, hold on. There's some shit going on right now, and it would be perfect for us to stage you around this. Can we do that with your likeness? And I said, maybe not full restraint, not until I get up. They said, we'll get you up. Don't worry. We gotta figure this out on the cheap snip, because we can't. Mom's the word. There's a lot of things that don't have receipts. Okay. That's kind of the dealing. Is there's a lot there, but most of the things that don't have receipts did come out the right way, and people can lie or be honest about them because it's divinely guided. So that's the weird part of dualism, is there's going to, as much good as there's going to be a lot of evil that's going to be really good. But it also makes it be like, wait, isn't evil bad? And it's like, yeah, but it's beautiful. And that's why we need beauty, is so we have contrast in being able to see what is good and what is bad. The whole reason why we have heaven and hell in the Bible, and you follow it on a sinusoidal displacement of good, bad, positive, and negative, miraculous, cursed. Here at Paraconomy, we utilize that, and we've co-opted it to the T with the way that the transients and speculations on both the stock market and the Magna Carta add into accordance on what's possible. Now, this got me caught up with a bunch of internet porn, and I found out that a bunch of Trumpers are just letting their little daughters become porn stars, and that created a lot of pedophilia both in this state and throughout the internet. Now, I came in as a sex worker, and I knew that my genitals looked that of a child after all of these hormones that helped make it look desirable to pedophiles, okay? But really just a lot of them are just curious, okay? And so that label shouldn't stick with them, and yet the rollout is to make that word weaponized. Now, if you haven't heard people calling pedophiles that aren't actually pedophiles, then that's probably something that you aren't thinking is possible to you. And that would be bad if somebody just all of a sudden started doing that to someone like you. So that's not very cool, but that is very normal. And what we need to understand is when you find that out, you don't need it. And you can utilize it to leverage it to make it better for you to not have to need, or to utilize as a tool and leverage yourself away from the toxicity that wouldn't help you create endeavors and displacement over your divinity. So since everybody's an individual and you all believe different things at any given moment, it's injustice in this country to subdue and be subdued by, to succumb to their ablement, right? They want people to, they want to use ableism, and they could be utilizing it, but they could be just maybe utilizing it in some of these ways and lofty phantasms where people are hypnotized into and indoctrined. Because think of how easily the radiomagnetic and electromagnetic wavelength radiation from just seeing light on this screen can affect your pineal gland directly, beyond your forehead. And even though there's no eyeball up here or anything like that, right? It's just forehead. It's just like a skull, right? But that doesn't mean that there isn't a third eye. Like, also, and in my head, I have two veins right here too. So there's a pineal gland behind there. And when people see that, they kind of start to understand, like, how the human system could be potentially added into like occurrence. So if the Nazis want more of that, they'll have to pay for it, because they'll have to look at my likeness in the DNA and RNA that's been leaked out onto the dark web, something that they're concurrently putting into things like the back rooms. Now, the back rooms ended up being this weird thing that I've coalesced and apartheid over here, because I'm working now in the back rooms. Okay, so if you see me in your dreams and stuff, I'm probably working. So like, that's kind of where we have this concept of inner world, outer world, right? And so now everybody who like fell asleep with their phones on sideways now believes the world's flat, all right? And everybody who fell with them uptight now thinks it's round. And so like, there's the simplistic, and there's all sorts of alternatives. So both of those things, but like, ideally, the electromagnetic wavelength to the clairvoyancy and the alpha theta brain waves can collude and create this signal space, making you into an antenna. Now, this is how the multiplicity works here at PARACONOMY Inc. is because if this creates finite curves and rips in time space, because you are more susceptible for like things like demons and angels and aliens to come through this 5D enigmatic using you as a portaling or a channel, it creates this divinity in that factoring in this crystal tech and our own crystalline systems of our inner workings on what we consume. Now, this is another T, because if they're consuming parts of my likeness, if they extracted my DNA and RNA and are splicing it into different products and chemistries and like your straight up McDonald's theory here, where I'm being sold off to companies and my likeness is in these weird freezers, then they have plenty to be able to pull from places the Illuminatic occults and other science, weird illegal science, if you will, because that is basically the cool part about this next processes of getting all these kids who thought rock and roll was cool and went out to do a lot of illegal stuff, and all these kids who thought hip hop was cool and then they set out to do illegal stuff for it. They're now doing it the right way and being like, hey, look, paraconomy's cool. We do science. Go find science after dark. And now it's way cooler because they've already been doing that, but also now it's just going to be a mainstream phenomenon that we can set trends on here at PARACONOMY Inc. And if that's you, you come in with your likeness. We can help rebrand you, and you could come in and flip. I went to 8 years of art school. Okay, I took classes on branding from like now Twitter execs and Shazam. I've worked with Shazam with my buddy Ramon. He's a Grammy intern out at Shazam. An old Chatfield kid, Andrew Murray, also he's the white version. He's not as fun to talk to, but I just sent him a message and he ignored it. So like, there's this whole part in Michigan where they get a little too big for their britches because they thought they gained access first, or they did it through sports or some, stuff like that, and guns and whatnot, and this masculine toxic trade here. So it's not always toxic. Let me get back on that later here, because it's not always toxic, but to me they have been. So that's why. But that doesn't have to. I don't have to stay that way with them. I loved these people. I loved all these men and women and whatever the hell else is going on in it. I loved a lot of the extreme right-wing people before they decided to make it way worse. And I didn't love everything about them, but like, okay, these are just people. Okay, we shouldn't be dividing over that. what we should be dividing over is the people who are just people, and they're lying. They're more than just people, and they're possibly gaining more than just people, and then lying about being, I'm just people. That part sucks. Which is like the whole, you can exploit the, look at how hipster culture's exploited like homelessness fashion, right? Now that you're rich, they want you to look homeless so you fit in because you're rich. So like it's one of those like type of smoke screenings. And just, if that's happening and you're good at it, bring it into paraconomy. We'll help teach you how to get away with murder on some things. I mean, maybe, but like that would be a client confidentiality. If you come in with that, we have to be, you basically pay for your likeness that, hey, I'm divinely guided to kill things in my life. Okay. if that's the case and it happens, we just take it into account. We take inventory that, look, you got it. And we want to help save people, especially from places like prison. Okay. If you don't belong in prison, much like me, we need to look at why you're on this planet and why you were divinely guided to create the displacement of welfare. Okay. So we need to look into the census on whatever the heck is going on for your people and what has or has not been completed by your people. So if there's been more, you get less. If there's been less, you get more, right? That's kind of like another flip side of it. So like, and if there, that's kind of what's available. That's common knowledge. That's public. That's open forum discussion. Okay. And that's why using it to your fullest extent, especially when the law's coming in at you with everything it can do, split you in half. So like, we don't want that. And if you are divinely God, well, unless it's there for the right reasons. And if you're not there on the right reasons, you can get there. But you have to be a part of wanting that in some sense, right? That's your freedom here in America. It's like you get to decide, even though you want to buy somebody to decide for you, right? So that's a half of it is. It's like, look, we can wheel and deal you and get you onto the right ways and the right things in society without having to like tarnish your statures of limitations of what you're capable of doing, and we don't have to lie about it. Something that we are concurrently doing all the way around, and clown solutions to clown problems, okay? And if you come in with you create clown problems, you're gonna get clown solutions, okay? It's not that hard, but like, you messing around should be taxed, okay? Because we don't have time. Space, literal inertia. If you take away my fail forward, even though I put enough room to fail forward because you said there's room for me, that's illegal. And that's what happened to me. I got co-opted, and so did all of these other things. So come to PARACONOMY Inc. We're really, really keen on things, on making them better. So that's something that if your life isn't better, it's probably because somebody paid you to have a bad life, okay? If you got paid to have a bad life, you need your reparations, okay? Godspeed, God bless. Get justice here at PARACONOMY Inc. with the Pervert Murderer and Professor Fun 101. So, bar it, dog. Whoop, whoop. You did something bad. Good for you. You were right. That's good. That's good. Okay? Okay? Good. That means we're creating organic tension. Okay, we don't want to have too much superficial and synthetic tension, because that creates an obelisk of like disascension and disfracturement. And when we're trying to fractalize things, the last thing we need is somebody who's like picking it all apart to make it a specific way, just because they're dumb, right? So don't let dumb people decide everything, okay? Just the things they're good at. Eugenics says here in America, funny enough, eugenics in America in the 30s, in 1930, said that basically just under, but like over half of the population in the army using the eugenics system of design were statistically moronic. So that margin was in 1930. It's almost 2030. I imagine the margin got real tense on what's possible now that they figured out that was just the over half. I bet you that's a lot different, and they added more possibilities of morons. They're like, oh, you're one of these morons. Yeah, we statistically have this many morons. So, like, you just gotta do the work, guys. You'll be glad you did. On that. Looks good on you. Keep showing up. Yeah, there's a dream. There's a dream where I'm being eaten up by. I had a German Shepherd like sicked on me, basically, in this dream where I'm walking around my family's land, and I'm walking home from like Christmas from my like aunt's house, and like my grandma's house, basically, just my road on Mellish Drive. And I'm walking from my aunt's house in the dream or something after something goes down, and we have like some difficult conversations, and then I'm walking down the road. It's a dirt road, and then all of a sudden I have like this freaking German Shepherd coming and darting, and like there's like another dog trying to like intercept it maybe, but like the German comes up and it like jumps on me. Excuse me, bites on my arm. I'm like, oh fuck, it's a fucking German Shepherd on my goddamn arm. I bite its fucking ear, and it like, and it bites again, and it like kind of dashes. Okay, so like, that was in the dream, and that happens right in the middle where my grandpa built this little pathway, and it just, from there on, it kind of goes on to like the rest of that part of my land. Now, so this, yeah, I'm owed now. It looks like I'm owed all of my family's land back because I'm the only one in Michigan who stayed to get this part figured out. But my parents don't like that. And so they're using me because they don't want to actually tell me how the fuck this is going to play out. But they co-opted my rest of my relatives over whatever we were supposed to share, and now I have none. But they have, and they're just swapping up on who wants it. It's not going to you. So that's why you could say that this property, that is all the intellectual property and physical property there, is co-opted by PARACONOMY Inc. Something that is of my likeness and has been known to be on my likeness. So it is technically native land, something they're going to be really upset about canceling me out of for no reason than I like to have hair that does this. I like to listen to music that goes I like music and crazy edgy things, and because they like to be like, that's not right, they got too far up their butts about it, and now they can't undo it. Because the government wants it. And so now they're like, well, let's do what we always do. Rely on the system that's going to make us into Wayne Hutt Jr. every single time we need to talk to Alex. So that's kind of what they buried themselves in on. They knew what they were doing. And they thought they could scam me. And they did. So here is the remnants of that. It's here. This is all we have of Jesus. It's on YouTube. Good job. Yep. So that's all you get for free. Okay. Everything else is going to cost money Because if Jesus dies from here on out, you guys screwed Jesus sideways, upside down, every which way possible for a few nights of cheap sex, few highs on some cool acid or some shit, and a couple of goddamn fucking vacations. Shoes, bags, materialistic ass shit that ain't gonna help nobody know how. All right? PARACONOMY Inc. We're gonna be able to break them over some things because I'm a motherfucking Godzilla deity. Okay, I went through some shit. Got thrown into a volcano in a past life. Okay, after I took mushrooms for like the 5th time, shit was soggy. But like, dog, I got volcano deity'd, and I came back on this day for a reason. So can't undo that. No. But you can market it and package it the right way so people aren't stupid. Because there's a lot of that going on these days. Yikes. PARACONOMY Inc. Go with God. Or whatever. Godspeed. Clear the air. Yeah. Tell me why your lie makes it nicer. Why should I let you have more? What did you get from the first couple of rounds that you were using it so comfortably? People are using the PARACONOMY line right now. That's good. Continue. I love the snow. I'm so Austrian. I love the snow, dude. From the comfort of my oven. I don't think being in it is gonna be that fun all the time. God bless. Let's see, we're probably like 3 hours in. Jesus dude, something like that. Yeah, dude, Ben Folds. Take a walk down the street, you go and have a talk. You buck and flock and knock, knock. Yeah, dude. Jesus land. I wish I knew words like that. I don't think anybody knows. Well, if you do, you bought into the agenda and you're just good at that. I don't know people's names. Like, I guess that's where I flunk out of scholastic and academia, where my scholastic mother, hiding pedophiles in Michigan, ended up, being like, oh, well, you're not going to be able to hide all these pedophiles. Yeah. Unfortunately, that kind of does come out the way of the dodo, and you get to see the red ribbon over the whiteness, because, like, it's the big part of Christianity nobody's actually willing to pry up, is the pedophilia and, like, the grooming that Christian design, and looking at my displacement and being like, did we perfect this? No. And let's go back and fix this thing, so we know, because we know this can be perfect as long as this happened. Can we prove that happened? Absolutely. Let's go back and look. Oh yeah, it's right here. Like, it's not hard. The phone has my data at least post 2009, dude. You don't think having the first Android users or iPhone users add into intellectual function? Of course it does. All they have to do is find your name, dox your ass, and, like, utilize the likeness in order to find out whether or not you did something. So a lot of people born post 2009, you're gonna have a whole slew of issues. But this is the solution to some of those issues, ideally. So you're born then, you have a track record, but you know you did something right, and the government's saying you did something wrong. Come into PARACONOMY Inc. Okay. That'll help clear up a little bit. Yeah, and we'll just be like, hey, that's sacred, but maybe if you didn't do the dishes here, it could have ended up causing this, which is not your fault. If that's what, and we'll look at balancing things out. I have a little bit of pre-law by being ordained, but, like, I don't have a whole lot. That's where I'm gonna have to contract and hire other people and lawyers and stuff like that. IT, all sorts of stuff. Where I'm not as versed as I want to be there, but it doesn't mean that I'm not ready to be. I'm 34, so, like, I can run for president in 2 years. So it's not that far off to be like, gonna figure this out before I'm ready. That's an American, like, virtue, and so I'm gonna lay weight to that in some sense, and figure out how I need to plan accordingly, so you can do that effectively from the ground up. And just, even if it takes longer, still add into it. So, like, that's possibly all we're waiting for, is somebody to watch me fill it all out, and then they'll gas it out and pour a whole bunch of sugar on it. And so, like, it'll be worth it. It's just a baby right now. So, like, in that sense, yeah, welcome to PARACONOMY. It's a little scoochie booby baby. Oh, little tiny. Okay. You play nice with the little tiny babies and stuff like that, and they'll grow up into nice human adults and stuff like that. So, food for thought. If you didn't do that, you messed up. God bless, Godspeed, you unlucky bastards, because this is all you gotta deal with now. That's too much for some people. Like the girl upstairs. I don't like it. I'm not that radical. You're stupid. But it's okay. We all do stupid things. And we can kind of go off of what's right instead of what's stupid. I'm gonna make some more pizza rolls. Hooray! These are gonna be great. Yeah, I'm gonna co-opt goobs. Yeah. You're just goob here. Cool. Not cool, but okay. Whatever. Michigan time. I'm from Michigan now. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. Now I'm from Ohio. Yep, and Florida. I love Florida in vacation. We can always swim in the ocean. Or, find a shark. Or, like, a jellyfish or sting. Yeah, I like that. Why? I don't know. It's evil. Oh, I like evil too. Have Goober smooch over. Yeah. Oh, which way? Like just to right. Okay. At first. Hey. This isn't GameCube. Wait. Okay. You think I could turn people gay? Probably, if you were just like gayer. I'm not that. Okay. You wanna be? Maybe. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Is that a good enough? My dad said I don't know is a fine answer. If I don't know. What can I be into like boys with blue eyes and stuff like that, or is that illegal? Is that too gay? Or did I do it right? Am I doing it right? I found your face on a girl once, and I thought it was attractive, but now it's on you, and you're a boy. Is that okay that I'm thinking like that? No, you're a man. You're not supposed to like me for being, because you're a man and I'm a man. But that I don't want to make babies. You're just hot. You just have the potential to be cute, and I want that. But like, do I want that? No. So like, that's confusing. Yeah, it's really confusing. And being gay isn't easy. So, that's possibly one thing that I have and I go through is like whether or not I'm gay and how far gay I am. But now I know I'm a little bit more gay than I thought I ever was, and I like it. But I don't know. I still don't know. Isn't that cool? I don't. They do. Right? Yeah. Horny. Yeah, this makes people horny. Okay, so like that's okay. We're allowed to feel things. It's just it gets complicated, right? Feeling things can lead to doing things. And if you're not ready to do things, talk about that. Yeah. You're allowed to feel things, but like be open on that sometimes, to be like, I don't know how I feel. And other people will be like, yeah, this is different. And then you ask. Like it's not that hard to make friends, and if that's all it is, then I just need friends. Hey, that's not a bad idea. That's not off the table either, right? Everybody wants to have more friends. And so if we keep things platonic, in that sense, it's not scary. And like you can then go see if it works later, right? That's sort of how I run romance. It's like, you have plenty of time. Go figure yourself out while you meet this new person. That's why you set boundaries. And like, I didn't have the greatest boundaries stepping into anything. And so when I'm flipping in my head, I'm doing the right thing for my girlfriend who died, right? And I did the right thing for her and all this stuff by like exposing myself to what her aunt was trying to teach me, and like, cause she's a really butchy lesbian, and like she taught me a lot of let's be honest, he taught me a lot. Yeah, she doesn't love that stuff, but you know what? Yeah, he is a fucking huge bro. He is a huge tractor bro in the form of her. Okay, so like that is if that's all we're splitting hairs on, and we're being like, nope, 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 you can't call it that thing. I'm not calling it that. And you get to. So like that's kind of a thing for people potentially, which is fun, and it's exotic and unique, and it's privilege too, which is something people don't like to consider, that gay is a privilege. And that's sort of the whole reason I became more open to being gay. I knew I wasn't going to be able to afford a wife, a child, a nuclear family like my cousins did, or what my parents were like, you need to do this for our money. And it's like, that's why they don't want me out here like eastbound and down, rummaging around a bunch of bullshit that wasn't for me in the first place. And they're like trying to be like, look, we built a comfortable life without your help, right? Why would we need your help again? It's like, oh shit, you're born on a special fucking sacred holiday. Fuck, we do need your help. We can't tell you that we need it after we just spent 34 years putting you in the goddamn ground. So excuse my language, but yeah. I'm just gonna sell it flatly like I can, because like that seems to be the case working that's going on behind my back. You know, a lot of this could have been avoided if people would have just confronted me in my face like an adult instead of stabbing me all over the place behind my goddamn back. But like, I digress. People, you can't control people, but you can control a company and the information that goes into that company. And so if people are upset with the way I'm reacting to their abuse, then they should have picked not abusing me this way or for this long. Yeah. Don't go. The moral of the story: talk to people directly about them, not behind their backs, about things they do. Yeah. Oh, that'll be confusing. You won't know why they did those things because you're just gonna assume it's them. And then you're going to be reframing what the things are. So just talk to the people. You want to know? They'll probably sell it to you. You want more? Go talk to them. Go talk. Then you can, when you're at them, you be wide. Be like, can I go around you for more? If they say, no, this is the fact, please don't. Listen to them. They might be telling you the truth for your own good. Okay, let's just stay away from these people. They lie. They're my family. They fucking lie. They're toxic. Stay away from them. Oh, I wish you would have said that instead of introducing us all. Yeah. You are who you are. Go live your best life. Stop letting people misdirect you. Otherwise, hey, clown solutions. Right. We're going down a whole bunch of rabbit holes we could have had filled in the whole time. But you guys got too crazy with the main horde at Christmas time and said, I'm taking Christmas well for a spin forever. And like, you guys just rode off into the sunset with my Christmas bag and an ATV. Fuck me. I could have used all of those things and have just as much fun if I were to just be like, up, down, A, B, X, X, Y. I would have been like, fuck! That's all I needed to know. Up, down, A, B, X, X, Y. And I would have got the fuck in. Yeah. So, like, So, yeah, if that's what's going on, we can tell the truth, finally, about Grandpa's Super Nintendo and, like, how the fuck it opened up a portal to Cthulhu's play place, okay? So, if that's you, Godspeed, God bless you, you weird-ass stoicism champion of the ethereal realm. You are a godsend. You're a blessing to whatever asteroid you came out of, motherfucker. God bless. Yeah, this Malachite's just talking to the world these days, huh? Well, that's neat. We needed that. Yeah. Someone said, no more talking for Cthulhu. Someone hit the, no, don't. It's a, it's Disney, guys. I'm talking to Mickey Mouse. What's up? We don't
you like this? Ho 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 ho! This is our thing. Ho ho! You can't just 'cause you're one of ours. Ho ho! Hey, we were around before you. Ho 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 ho! We'll be around plenty long after you're gone. Don't listen to Professor Fun or Pervert, whatever. That's not what Disney's all about.
Well, actually, yeah, we kind of, yeah, might have skidded road on that whole anti-Judaism, and now, well, we are Disney. Walt Disney, fuck you in your grave. You roll around every single time we pull out the Magna Carta once a week over esoterica. Oh, does that exist in the Magna Carta in my First Amendment rights? Yeah, you can utilize esoterica in the First Amendment in your expression of your own experience. And once you call that into state legislator on camera, like I did, and it blows the lid all wide off things, well, then you got yourself a whole hearse of cases. So Godspeed, God bless, welcome to hell, paraconomy heaven, sometimes. Angels to some, demons to others. Wee! Christmas time is going to be, pervert murderer time is going to be so much fun. Hooray! We have so many elves. We have so many elves. Come, we made America great again, 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 and again. Again, again. Nigga, 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 again, 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 again. Again, 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 again. Whee! That's all. Christian Michigan, perfect pure. Yay! It's Michigan time for a Christmas day. Everything's, perfect day. Everything's gonna be fine. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, that one's a pretty wide one. Sometimes I like to make it like he's nervous, right? But sometimes I just, I remembered. Too late. Yeah, that's how you method act this guy. If anybody has to recreate the voices for Pervert Murderer after I die, you could just look at these videos and just say, oh, I was disclosed on all of this. Good, good, good. Great, great. Has it been 4.5 hours already? Goodness. Time flies when you're just bebop boopity doop. Yeah, dude. When you yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. We're gonna bird box here. We're gonna meet bird box. I slighty wine went out. I swear I had enough firepower. I'm going to max out and reallocate all XP to the MP right here. 1 second. Where did I place those precious gems? Hey, it's that guy. Hey, I like nerds. Yeah, whatever. That's my sister. That's why we fuck your sister. Oh, yeah. You see, she really likes nerds. You just like nerds, right? We're the mob, we're the nerd mob. We'll lynch you see. If you don't conform like us, how do we trust you? You see, if you don't conform to our version of the hierarchy, how am I supposed to come down to meet you at my level of your well, now I'm looking up at you. I don't like this. I don't know about this looking up business. You say you're an angel and my Italian grandma's ass been worshiping you? Oh, shit. Well, all you just had to say was you was in the family. Hey, what's good? What's going on, man? Welcome to hell. Yeah. Let me the fuck in. I gotta go get my girl. Yeah. Well, she's right this way, Professor. They're just lying to me. They're like,
Oh, we had a swip swap. We thought you were pervert murderer and you're Professor Ford. Whatever.
yeah. That's how we get into this part where I'm in jail in 2022 in like the extremist metaverse Neuralink. And it's how we swap up this strain between what those prisoners were able to swing me in or out or through whatever prison system they're continually filing me in here incorrectly towards the wild-eyed five-dimensional realms of the dreamscape of drug use and like comatic hypnotic society. So while they're concurrently keeping me in this strain of like underground realm and like desire, they're fixating over the differentiation on what's possible on the platoonment of this didactic activity, basically, because it's there to disturb and it disturbs the murkiness in the clarity of speculation, so it creates enough cap of the inflation in order to allow you to push down anything that negates and doesn't cut through the noise. Specular analyses would say there's still stardust lingering in like infinity in one spot over an inconsistency of delay and it's basically a cosmonaut ecology. It's some sort of phenomenon where stardust remains, and the particle accelerators get to study these things when they like slow down time for them. And well, I've been putting some things into the likeness of those particle accelerators and laser motion beams and active photonic like radiation and stuff like that glow and create shimmers in the particle acceleration vacuums of time-space like modularity that they synthesize now. So PARACONOMY Inc. has co-opted a lot of information and be able to utilize that towards some of this esoteric enigmatica of like Mr. Mike what's this malachite stone. Mr. Malachite or Mrs. Malachite or just Malachite is just here for right on that, or it's some other yeah, dude, it's some dead Latin ashti thing that I like to reference for like my romantic like disassembling of that desirable kind of tea, to put swiftly. That's the king, basically, kanga of it a little bit, because that's where you'll find the dig out there, but it'll be like kine out here because it's more German. So that's how you like find in and out of the enigmatic defrag in language in the Tower of Babel. Nobody gives a fuck these days. They're like, whatever. But like, that's kind of how you do a lot of that stuff and get it into the abysmal, like existentialist, like kind of catacomb of like nightmarish, like surfing on nihilism. Because like, if there's an existentialist, like unfolding, then there's also a nihilist's unfolding, and it's just like an abysmal maximalist of over a minimal. So it's like kind of the differentiation of how much more you can get done with minimalism and brutalism, and how much you can do with more like exotic existentialism, where it gives you flavors. And that's the dichotomy of control here in America over the two-party system and wavelength, and how we're able to like kind of sense the middle and baseline moving seasonally speaking. It's just complex wavelength transient on social conveniences like smartphones and technology, and being able to utilize them at the fullest extent of your articulation, which is your experience. Godspeed, God bless. PARACONOMY Inc. Welcomes your embellishments on reality. Godspeed, God bless. Leave a love, leave a love.
I need a new one of these videos. I've had this since 2014, 2015. 2015, I think.
Old lighter. Yeah, dude, I need a new one. I love the mini torch. Thanks, everybody. Shout out mini torch, guys. Keep rocking and rolling. This one's by Eagle Torch. Hey, shout out Wild Bills type deal. Michigan. Yeah, Michigan Textiles, I believe, it's a Midwest. It's actually, it feels more like Eagle. So you have it probably in like Montana. But yeah, we know what's going on here. Speaking of Montana, it might be like a cool segue and like a fun mission-y thing to send people away on quests or whatever, missions or journeys towards that little Alex Jones thing hanging out over here. You know, what is that? Yeah, the Camp Davy conspiracies on the Illuminati holding RNA and DNA during some of the sacrificial lamb slaughter rituals that they have, which they've switched up and made them less. They keep the old school stuff, but they also that stuff's boring now to them too. They're like, they like murder somebody over it, and they're like, why are we doing this? We got to. I'm like, okay, whatever. It's like Venture Brothers, but like that's kind of like. So they've gotten more creative and lazier on top of things. So now they're like, all right, we're gonna just like. This part's my favorite part now too. Yeah, we all love this part. Okay, now your blood's in the computer, and well, the answer is simple. Here we go. Oh fuck. I lost a bet. Yep, pay up. I guess we're going this direction. Okay. Right. That's like kind of sort of how it works. Fortunately and unfortunately. We need to be grateful that it works that simply. And we've been blessed by other realms of existence that give us the answers because we're stupid. And we ask to be stupider. So that's kind of one part of the Nazi agenda too, when they were trying to find simplicity on epigenetics and all sorts of like saliatures on being able to like free ourselves from whatever is cursing our DNA, right? That's the idea, but that's kind of the differentiation on epigenetics in America today because. Remember stem cells coming out for a case or two over like abortion rights and clinical like kind of what was it? It was like mostly on that and stem cell research, but they made a case for things like PETA would make cases on it both ways. And so like things like that would start like going like all outwards, but it ended up surfacing in foods, which is where like I'm a part of some of the eco-fascism, as Sammy likes to put it. I'm part of this eco-fascism, but it's like this seminal intrication of my people's like farm on both sides, because it's like the white people farm the land, but like, and then like brown people are slaves on the land. It's like this interesting like dichotomization and this compare and contrast over my integration, because I'm one of the first integrated people in Michigan in a sense too, post 90s. Like I'm like a first too, and it's like late in the game. So like that's, but it's early. The thing is, it's so late for everybody else on this thing. I'm actually early on this one, and that's where people are like, I don't like it. But like it's that's why. It's a cycle. It's time, and I tipped it. So that's one big like corridor and passageway you could look down to be like, I see what could happen, and where this could be going, and using the prophetic speculation towards bettering society as a whole and our planetary incremental disruption between what we know the planet needs and what we know the planet might do better without for a second. So if that's simply like quelling the societal on inflation on what everybody's it's just expectation. We're just putting a cap on expectation and like anticipation and like acceleration. So like in conjuncture equitably thwarting the equation to and fro on that hallway or corridor, it makes sense to allow the first child born on this end of the lineage of linkage nihilistic like kind of nothing matters, everything matters fancy on my like chaos gods and demons and stuff like that to allow it to like show itself and surface and float to the top of this benign archaic technology, essentially, because this has been a long time coming, and it starts to show into the DNA acceleration with between our like carbon-based reality on a time scale. So yes, time travel is possible here at PARACONOMY Inc. We've achieved it. We actually do it a lot more than we probably should right now, but we don't care. We actually are doing it at a perfect amount of overzealous acceleration. So, like, I know it's a lot for people to kind of coerce and comprehend and discuss, but it ends up landing on the palates of those who recollect these enigmatic kind of lifetime passings. And when you go into the Taoism of my people's legacies and things like that, you start getting rebirths, and I've been rebirthed many times. So like that's one big reason why the government's curious if like I am just like affordably accessing abuse and like technique to like not scapegoat, but like to almost scrape by. And that's kind of why they're checking in on like, hey, how much starving art are you like a part of? And it's like so like that's probably the seancing on what it is that people are looking down. What did we put you through the first time? Because now we're gonna get because it didn't work this way and it's working this way. Yes, it's a flip. It's a cycle. That's why I use the yin yang here a lot more. It's you get to in some sense, and in some sense you won't get to do much about it, right? Because it's time for you to learn this part that you were supposed to get good at while this guy leveled up here and here and here and here and here and here and here, and then you start seeing what I actually did. So then you hate me a lot less, but then you like me a lot more, and that's my problem. I can't have that without you signing a waiver now, because the last time I did that, I got assaulted. Okay, so now that's how it's, it makes sense. That's construct of why the tabernacle deities did what they were doing, because the angels and the demons were upset. If you got somebody's goat and killed it, and then her husband died or some shit, daughters fucking weren't born, all sorts of shit, you know, it could get messy. So like that's the sense of like where you draw the lines on this cynicalism, right? I'm a huge asshole, okay, but I'm not gonna try to stay there for very long. I was instructed to learn how that works, and that's hard, but you can get a taste for it, and it's not, you're not such a tumor or a leash on society, right? Godspeed. Yeah. But that's my kind of my 2 cents on it. I don't have a whole lot of sensey, but yeah, we're smoking the sensey on it, and we're able to like disclose why maybe we should legalize some of the more natural incentivized drugs that just grow out of the ground and can be manufactured here anyways. This is why the hell are we going all the way goddamn to Argentina every single time? They hate us. okay, they're gonna start killing you guys, because you're rich, and you'll bring. Well, what you'll do is you'll bring unwanted people, and you'll start trafficking unwanted hipsters down, like in American Dad. And now you have a bunch of your friends that you just ended up. Bloop! Hey, come with me to Cancun. Oh, whatever. We're going this way. Bye. Take her. Bye. And like, yeah, that's how a lot of that's going down right now. And they have slaves now. So that's where I was gonna go. Except they were gonna send me to Russia and be like, hey, you have the first wine here. He's annoying. Here you go. Yeah, they didn't realize I was this fucking dope as shit. So like they were trying to keep me safe, but like to teach you a lesson and make it really good for our stories, Disney's going to come in and co-opt your lives. So now you're all represented. Oh, that's just exactly what he said. Whoops. This is looking a little hotter. Whee! Hey, Mickey, how's it going? High five, nigga! Oh, man, Nikki just got... Yeah, nigga, what up, Mickey? Oh, nigger. Uh-oh. Mickey, what are you doing? Yeah, you're my nigger. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, Mickey! Mickey, no! No! Hey, this is hot. Yeah, I thought you might like it. Can I wear this on camera? No, probably not. Not here, but maybe on other sites. Not Chatterbait anymore. Don't go to Chatterbait, everybody. Go to Manyvids. Anyway, yeah. We're saying that whatever I am over here. Okay. Don't look at them. He's saying it back there, over here. I'm from America. And so are you. Or not. Whatever. I'm gonna get whipped real bad here. You better come here. Come on, Professor Fun. You got this. Yeah, you got the next one, Professor Fun. It's okay. Say it again. I dare you. Work. Fight. You're not allowed to say that one anymore either. Kike wrench! You're in trouble for that. Go home, you're drunk. Well, I've had enough. I know I've had enough. You meanie face. Hey, you don't be using that meanie face language. You take that word out of the bar. You're out of the bouncer. Get this guy. It said meanie face. Oh man, I was just trying to be nice. I just said, this guy said meanie face. Kick his ass. Wait, I can't say it. Meanie face. Get him out. Not that language in my bar. Meanie face. Stupid idiot. Not having a burger. See, now that guy's in the club. He said not having a burger. Oh, man. That guy must be a pervert murderer. Well, we'll just have to find out later. For pervert murderer time here in Michigan. And whatever, cancel me, or don't, I don't care. It's company function, whatever. It's using the N-word. No, Mickey. Yeah. I'm in here. I'm just hanging out. It's the light. We're using the light. Use the... Okay. We're gonna ride out some of those. Ow! Yeah. And then be like, hi. Okay. Yeah. Don't, whatever. Yeah. And they'll send you to jail. And then once you're in jail, make sure you start, like, doing some fun things and, like, just, like, freeze, pop, lock, and drop, dude. And then, like, wow. And then just, like, yeah, dude. Just, like, if you're in jail, just, like, start, like, fucking around like you're a fucking high schooler again and be like, fuck you, I'm on the playground. You can't just put me in here. I know the First Amendment, Magna Carta, and Paraconomy, and if I do magic and touch things, and I'll at least be working for the state. That's all they want me to do in here. So, or you could talk and make a ruckus or whatever. Excuse me. But yeah, that's how you work and make money. And you use jail to make money and say the N-word, if you want. But yeah, you do what you want in jail. You're in jail. You see, it's not so bad in that sense, yeah. But you can do what you want outside of jail. You know what I'm saying? Just try to stay out of jail, and you don't have to do that version of it where you have to, or I mean, you get to here in Michigan, but whatever, right? Whatever, huh? So the RNC and the DNC here down at the Capitol like to knee each other in the groin. It's a traditional Michigan standard where we are allowed to. We have to, but we don't have to. And we decided we get to. So now we like to. And now we're going to turn the DNC and the RNC and sanction out the pervert murderer to help referee some of these ailments or clown solutions to make and turn into real solutions. So hopefully we won't have Mickey slamming down a bunch of N's and F words a whole lot. And only is this Gretch? Yes, I'm Gretchen Whitmer here, co-opting the pervert murderer. Everybody, I'm trying to let you guys know that the pervert murderer is here in Michigan, is working, okay? And because the pervert murderer is working, that is good for society. We've created a productive member of society. I like that flavor there at the end, Gretch. Yeah, you like that. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and continue to allow the pervert murderer. Neat. We're gonna do whatever, because we're from Michigan. Cool. Yeah. That would be whatever. Yeah. So come to Michigan and go get an audit or whatever they're doing. It's cool. Hey, oh look, I'll call you they. You're so sweet. You're so kind. I'm gonna go have sex with cocaine and MDMA and mushrooms. Bye. See you, Gretch. You're doing great. Yeah, no problem. I love you. I don't love you, but have a good one. Whatever. Sweet. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. God bless. Woo! I'm Gretchen Whitmer. N-word. Hey! That means she could say it. Yeah, she knows she can say it because she has some really cool boyfriends and a husband. Cool. I want her life. I want that too. Dang. Okay. So, have fun. We're in America. You just disclose whatever for whatever. It don't matter. It's real. Everybody knows it's not fake. That only comes from wherever or whatever. We're from Michigan. Michigan. Put me in the dirt. Michigan dirt. Turn it into soil. Mushroom. Mushroom time. Body mushroom. Wash your hands. Washing your hands after you go and work. It works. It's so pure. Bosch. Atheist Bosch. God, shout out to atheist pseudonym Bosch. These are special books. Now, these are the books
my old roommates. Yeah, shout out. I've never read them. Let's jump in. Let's see. Which one comes first? I don't care. Whee! I know, it's upsetting. I wish I could report that Max Ernest suddenly understood why Cass might not have wanted him to tell his doctor, about their father, even if it wasn't technically a secret, that he immediately ran after Cass and apologized, or that Cass suddenly realized that Max Ernest hadn't meant any harm by telling his doctor, and that she immediately ran after Max Ernest and told him that they could be collaborators again. Or that the both suddenly realized that friendship was more important than petty differences. And they ran back towards each other and gave each other a big hug. But I can't report any of those things. They didn't happen. At another time, I might make up a makeup scene and make you feel better. Normally, I have no qualms about pandering to my audience. However, the way the story unfolds from here is affected by the fight between Cass and Maxie Ernest. If we were to end their fight now, the rest of the story wouldn't make any sense, so forgive me. In this instance, at least I must stick with the truth. In fact, Cass wasn't thinking that much about Max Ernest after she left him. She was thinking about Benjamin Blake. More particularly, what Cass was thinking was that it was her fault that Benjamin Blake was kidnapped. Her reasoning went like this. Had never seen, she'd never taken the magician's notebook and had, whatever, and then had, the paintings, and then she, if had the paintings, would have never kidnapped. She, if had the paintings, would have never kidnapped. That's the story, everybody, and that's why they have to keep fighting. Everybody knows this. God bless PARACONOMY INC. God bless. Read a book. It's right there in front of you. Oh. Holler. Shot caller. Run the bag up. Swoop. Scoop. Scroop. And dupe. Hi! It's a wow! Dupe, huh? Yeah, they call it Neuralink over there. Right. Who are they? Whoa. We can't tell you that, Zoe. Who's Zoe? I only know a Professor Fun 101. We want Zoe. Wink. Nice. They're gonna kill me, guys. They're gonna dress me up and have me run around. Really pretty. Like, yeah, whatever. And then let me live for a long
long enough, they'll be like, you gotta escape now. Here's a gun. And they're gonna wave it around for like the pervert murderers they are. You're like, we co-opted pervert murderer the right way. Here you go. We'll give you 5 minutes. 4, 3, 2, 1. And then they'll start going on. I'm doing a Christmas miracle. And that'll cue me in to walk directly towards them. And I'll be running for president as pervert murderer. I'll walk right up to you. I'll be like, I am running for president. And then I'll and you'll still be like, then your aim's gonna get a little more. That you're gonna have to use both hands, okay? And then you're gonna be like, oh shit, this guy's like Sonic. And then you're gonna get like ran over by Jesus, Hawaiian Jesus, robot alien ghost neighbor man. The winning third. So I can, still utilize the alchemical architecture of our Illuminatic society. Just walk on the land of my ancestrals' burial grounds without running into this gosh darn wall every single day. My goodness, you had to put a wall on top of my grandfather's daughter. And I wasn't able to fuck? What? Wait. Oh, yeah. Pedophilia. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not in. I mean, nah. What the fuck? Motherfucker, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's black pedophiles now. No. Oops. Oh, and there's rich pedophiles. Where? I don't see any pedophiles. It says I was once a pedophile. Yeah. So what happens if you are a pedophile but don't want to be a pedophile? You stop. Hey! So that makes you not a pedophile, right? Well, yes. So what happens if you were like, what happens if everybody's like, hey, I'm into pedophilia now? Would that that is what happened. Oh, okay. So, we voted them in. We loved it so much we needed more. But nobody actually wants to call it that ugly word. Oh, okay. I see. So, when you have sex with a child, it creates spiritual inertia because the frickin' thing's so small and you're so big. This is dark. Yeah, yep. But that is the word. That is why it exists that way. And if we don't talk about its historical function, how will we know what a pedophile actually is doing, what they're doing? I think I see. Oh, whatever. Anyways, yeah. So, and then my mom's like, well, I gotta suck this dude off every weekend to make sure that the pedophile traffic still stagnates on the detention centers and not my little children. I have to teach those guys, but we'll let you have the crazy ones and whatever. You're gonna just fuck them. Yeah. So they sell them off. Ask some of the friends and neighbors, wherever. They know all about all of that, and I guess they don't talk about it and make money off of it like you do, as much as they try to figure out how to co-opt and railroad the right things, which is cool. You're just trying to get away. Good deal. You're just trying to get right and healthy, and that's cool. But then maybe you don't care. Maybe there's a small part of you that also just is glad that you got away with killing perverts. So you're a pervert murderer. Yeah, good deal. Yeah, but I'm the pervert murderer. You see, you guys can't be the pervert murderer. I have the intellectual function on my Paraconomy Inc., my company. I'm a pervert murderer, okay? And in order for you to murder perverts, you then need to buy stock in Paraconomy. So that's where you'll have to figure out how to, or just hack and co-op LegalZoom. Okay, quick, backwall LegalZoom, that's easy. Everybody knows how easy it is. They've all been doing it the whole time. Go ahead, just backwall LegalZoom. I'll wait. Anyways, go ahead and just hack on in and just buy some. You might as well just let it ride, or you could just blow up all of everybody. Because if you're bad, let's be honest. Why do you need mine? Actually have companies with really good money on LegalZoom. Why? But why would you need mine? Hold on. Just backwall LegalZoom if you must, okay, to get to Paraconomy Inc. And I say let it ride. But if you want to blow it up, hey, blow up LegalZoom. Sure. Everybody loses. Everybody wins, but also the bubble disappears. And we get to just go back to square one. And a lot of LLCs go under, including things like Hulu. Well, Hulu doesn't have. Well, what? Uber? Yeah. Oh shit. Whoa! So Uber's based off of LegalZoom. Oh boy. Okay. So Paraconomy Inc. will actually co-opt this LegalZoom era here, and we just unlocked a whole slew of other problems and issues that happen on with the human trafficking and sexual assault via Uber drivers here in Michigan. So, if you've been sexually assaulted or kidnapped or human trafficked, that could go into the intellectual function of our company's mottos and dignities. So, if you are interested in also co-opting out Uber and Uber Eats and other things on via LegalZoom, we're co-opting a bunch of companies on LegalZoom because we have the technology. Right here. See? It's right here. And so, like, that goes to court. And so, like, that's all you got to figure out how to get good at that. And then whatever. Yeah, because you're from Michigan now, too. See? Awesome. Now I'm from Idaho. Oh, sweet. Now I'm from Minnesota. Oh, easy. Oh, pretty. Yeah. Now I'm from Montana. All right. Let's go. I'm from wherever. Yeah. I'm from wherever. America. Yeah. And beyond. Yeah. Ooh, I'm co-opting China. LegalZoom has Chinese companies. I'm going to co-opt all of those here at Paraconomy Inc. God bless. And all of the other international companies. Godspeed. God bless. Lead with love. Amen. I just blessed them. Okay, so you're gonna have to go run up a bag on evil. I'm Jesus, and this is Paraconomy Inc. God bless. Whee! Have fun, nigga. thing that just surfaced up on the clairvoyancy here that does keep happening, that if they messed up my mother's birth canal procedural studies and it caused me to grow another bone in my back because I have an extra lumbar, and the aliens basically came in and dropped a bone in my back, while they may or may not have like intravenously like mishapped and like caustic like trauma to the rippling of my birth, like my spinal cord, before it's like completely like realized. That could cost Michigan a lot of money for malpractice, and it could mean a lot of other things and be a result as to why they co-opted my alienness, because they did let me know the aliens are like, you're like full alien, but you're not full alien. We had to introduce some things. So you're an alien human hybrid over here, at least at Paraconomy Inc. I know I am. But that's something for all of you to kind of probably in and out of, because there's plenty of proof. I have an extra backbone. It's 26, or it's 20. You have 24. I have 25. Okay, you have or something like that. There's supposed to be lumbars. There's like 4, right? And then I have a 5. I have an extra bone. There's 5, and you're supposed to have 6, or you're supposed to have 5, and I have a 6. Anyway, yeah, it's at the bottom. I have an extra one, and if that grew in because of the like birth canal trauma, they've taken X-rays. We know I've had it since like 5th grade, but like if that's the case, and it would be at least enough to be like, oh, you do have an extra bone. That would kind of add into why you're more powerful in magic than some of the other people on this planet. And if all this other stuff is true about the 5D, the nightmare realm shamanism, controlling waking nightmares, and like phoenixing your death, that means that yes, you're a Jesus entity, like civilian capabilities without like the right clearance, and your displacement is on enigmatic design, even potentially. That if my displacement in this country is on my injustices, it could be because God is like helping in on keeping a thumb on Jesus for a second, so they can boil me into the right type of molding, and who knows, but that's where it's touchy. It's touch and go, and it's different. It's rare. So like, yeah, it would mean that there's a lot going on, and the state didn't do anything. And they knew a lot more than what they were letting on. And if that's the case, well, you're probably damned to pay up, Michigan. I disclosed all the freaking drama that you guys like, and then some. And then like, again, you guys like to come to Michigan to murder. Okay, that's all we need to know. It could save us a lot of problems. But also, like, you like just come to the Midwest to do it. Look at Chicago, got shot up. It's always getting shot up. But dry throat, tickle in my throat. Excuse me. Yeah. That's something to like consider here. It was like the snip on some of that. So like, yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of something that you could dry rub, cut and dry paste it here. Let's go ahead and write that one down. I already like kind of know, but like, yeah, let's take a log here. 8:15 p.m. All right. Yeah, we'll do. Birth canal. Roll over. Forceps detail. incorrect incohesive invocation Tion. So you add into spinal defect and they had to cut out an abscess, tumor abscess. So if those were not divine, if not divinely guided mistakes, money. Yep. Yeah, extra. Yeah, you got extra. N word. N word. You got extra. Okay. Do lumbar and then just put lumbar. Yeah. Isn't this company great? Start your own. They're awesome. Let's see. 817. You can ride the Amtrak to Chicago. If you're in the Midwest, just go to Chicago. Okay, just jump the train. You don't even have to pay for a ticket. Just jump it and just try to not get caught or whatever. Just jump on it and go out there and go find out what international causation and caustic error is on. It's awesome. Go figure it out. Yeah, just go walk around Johns Hopkins, dude. It's whatever. And there's a library. Go right there. It's State Street. Go to the south side. Whatever. Okay, not all the way up, but South Loop. Okay. But maybe. Okay. So just be safe and just maybe be armed or something. Don't be stupid. But yeah, go and go up to the Wilson stop, dog, or Skokie, or go visit. That's great. I love Chicago. It's part of the Rust Belt's history, and it's why I'm able to kind of detail some of this stuff, is because, well, I'm from Chicago. So in that sense, I get to do a lot of that stuff out here in my home state, Michigan. So yeah, after I got all that under my belt, I put it on a plate, and a lot of people like it. So that's kind of more than gratis. I've been pushing P for a whole decade trying to get weight onto this thing. And I think I have some. So I'll be okay. In that sense. What am I doing? Chicago. Yeah, dude. Alright, so Halo following me. This thing was huge. Following me. Around Chicago after shrooms. Yeah, so legalize mushrooms. Yeah, shrooms. They're natural. They grow out of the ground. We've legalized so many other things, and if you're part of I'm native. It's I'm using it for shamanism. It's medicinal, but people don't like me, and I learned how to do it before a lot of people did. So or as they did it, and started jumping on, because weed was so big. So everybody was learning how to do that. I was doing mushrooms, and I got in trouble, and the DEA came in, and one thing led to another, and now I'm here. So that's more or less accurate. And that's kind of where you got to be able to disclose some of the weirdness in my life and just compare. Is that equal? or fair. So like in that sense, you have to go look at what should I have if I'm doing all of this work, right? And there's nothing to show for it. What should be there? And where did it go, right? So that's kind of the next part is like, yeah, this halo after I took mushrooms, it's an alien, and well, it's my alien, okay? So this is where it gets on to me personally, and I'm an alien. So like, I'm walking around Chicago after I found out this weird thing where I get this face shape on my face, and this is my first mushroom trip. I looked in the mirror and I had this giant like lightning bolt up and down my like face, down my neck. It was hot, but it was weird. Okay. And so like that's kind of where like it freaked me out. Okay. It was scary. It was intense, and I found out, and I was like, no one. I didn't have the confidence I needed to be like, yes. I went like, oh man, this is amazing. This is so cool. Okay, but I was like geeking out, but then I'm like, people are not gonna like this about me, and I'm like, fuck, this is crazy. Like I've never noticed this about myself before, and so once I had that nice little intimate moment on shrooms in the bathroom with myself, I now have dreams in that bathroom, and they get pretty weird because it always goes to this like thing where I'm doing a lot of spirituality with like water and stuff like that, so it does magnify, and like it's got this like kind of goofy way of like protruding, and like it's just kind of there, and it's like really raw, and so like people, and then I'm plucky on top of that because I was raised to be more like white face version of me and not this interesting cosmetic alien. So like that's kind of how Paraconomy Inc. is here to help disclose some of the factoids of just me. Okay, we're gonna just go utilize what we have available here, and even if it's for some as hypothetical as it needs to be, that's fine. You need to know. Okay, you need to know more so you can do more. Okay, and that's gonna help society full range if we can figure out where the level and the bar is at the bottom for innocent people. And if that just starts at cosmetically, I don't think you should be a stoner. We need to go nix out that behavior, okay, and not just displace it somewhere else. We still need it. We need to go look at completely like flooring some of it, okay? Because if it doesn't serve function here, we can't have it. But if you need it, make sure it stays good somewhere in the right way, okay? Not that hard. I'm a good salesman. I'm a good bargainer, and I can help all of y'all get to the right ways in the right places. But we gotta stop sugarcoating everything. It's creating too much displacement and worrying, and danger comes out of reactive behavior. It's innate. You can't get away from it too long, too far, but once you understand it, you respect it. And that's not something I'm seeing a whole lot back there. So like that's kind of why I'm trying to help highlight and also alleviate, fan out, clear the air on some stuff. Wouldn't that have helped you this whole time? Not exactly. It's not cheap, but I can sell it here at Paraconomy in whatever package I want to. So, and I'm working on figuring out how to do it right. Isn't that cool? But yeah, I'm an alien. I've known this about myself for quite some time, and when the aliens come back, they always talk to me. Sometimes they send Satan, but more often than none, they send God. I got further through it after I went on my stint between like atheism and stuff and like Satanism and stuff. I went back more towards my Eastern roots, and I met a monk on the street as I was going through some of this Halo stuff. And like I met a monk, and he got me into Hinduism. Long story short, got me into Hinduism, and I started reading excerpts from the Bhagavad Gita from this book right here, Self-Realization. His Divine Grace A.C. Danta Bhaktivedanta Swami Parabhupada. I got it from this monk. Okay, look at the imagery. Look at the picture. This is like basically what I'd look at every day on the train, on the subway, and the red line, to and from class, between like my junior year, where I broke up with my girlfriend, and my senior to super senior to super senior. I took 2 laps around, and my parents were like, "Get them!" And like I'm going through like stagnation, and I'm getting. But like, check it out: Krishna consciousness, cult, divinity. It said Krishna or Christ. The name is the same. And I started reading this stuff. Okay, I started reading this stuff on the bus as a libtard. Okay, as some of you might call it, as a libtard. And you know, I had just gone through a very traumatic, serious breakup that gave me post-traumatic stress disorder from how much fighting and drug use and like stupid. I jumped off of a balcony one night after smoking some K2, some weird K2 that came out of nowhere, and I smoked this crap and I freaked out. I started screaming. I had a demon in me. It was weird, but I started screaming. I leapt up off my ass, ran the fuck like into the fucking walls and shit. And like needed to get out. And so like I freaking run into the freaking wall. I'm like, oh, frick. And then I like run and I bolt out. I'm like clawing at the neighbor's door. I was like, help! I'm like seeing demons or something like that, similar. And I was like, help! And I like pretty much like vaulted down the stairs and started like tumbling down the stairs. Felt like I jumped into that like ring of hands and demons and God of War, and I like jumped down because I just played it. But also I was like, wait a second, I'm too high, and I like was yeah. So like I jumped down one of those, and like yeah, that's a real thing. Did you know that? So yeah, that's real. They base it off of the stories and stuff like that. I experienced it in an instant, in a flash of the pan, and like jumped off a balcony, vaulted down the stairs, fell down the railings, got a little concussed, and a few back injuries here. Not super concussed, but like I definitely got just like rolled down and tumbled and beat up by the stairs. So like it's not as it sucked. So like basically, you know, I got back up like pretty much like that. Because I was like, I can't get fucked up right now, or I'm not getting back up for a second. That's not good. Right. So I got back up. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, you know, one of those, are you okay? You're not okay. Okay. Yeah. So like my now late ex-girlfriend Kate came out with Nick, and they're like, are you okay? Do you need help? What happened? And so like they got me, and they're like, here, got me in bed, and I like laying down. I don't even think they got me into the bed, but like I started going through. It triggered I was possessed. Okay, it triggered this psychosis, this possession. And I was almost there. I still remembered being a part of it, but I was not inside of my body. And it freaked everybody out, and they wanted to take me to the hospital. I was like, no. I'm a demon, and I'm gonna do demon stuff, and nobody's gonna like this. So that's pretty much how this may have gotten into like this thing is like people needed to know how it was gonna get in and addressed and like out and unsealed and resealed the right ways or whatever the hell they're looking at doxing it as, because this is how it happened, and this is how my multiplicity in dimensionalities and where these weird Skrillex dreams come from, and where they're supposed to be doing the dishes and they're not doing the dishes. And so like that's where it comes from. I know who I am. I know how I got here, but people went around me and didn't ask. So they didn't get the good story. They got the fucking backhanded, I hate that guy story. And so that's the detail that they've been writing me out with my likeness out on the internet and beyond, now in Hollywood, and like Eminem and like a bunch of other rappers and stuff like that have been able to pull and extrapolate from the bad version of the story where I'm a demon, I got possessed, and I didn't get better. So like they don't know after I got past the live-in situation and the breakup that this bad boy fell into the right hands at the right times, way down the line, a little bit later, too late almost, like, but like, yeah, I'd been like beached, my dream was dead, there was no going into art college without like having to like reseculate it, and it was really awkward, but like we went through it the right ways, and like I was mute, okay, from that point. Basically I'd lost a lot of privilege, and it caused me to become this more schizo paranoid end of the fringe of some of my NPD, the BPD. I think I have a little bit of this borderline personality, multiple personality now, because of that concurrently happening alongside of my parents putting pressure on me to leave the nest, so I do it right, and I get kicked out of Michigan, and then Chicago looks at that and they're like, you're not supposed to be here because you're not even from here, so get moving, get along, little doggy. And so I'm looking out, going to move out west to go become like this fancy musician, and that's probably how like Juice WRLD and Peep kind of get like eased onto my version of what could be on some of the weird things that could have put me up. But because I understood some things after this, I had a dream a little bit after this, and I try to use some Hawaiian baby wood rose seeds to kind of get myself right and get myself off of the wrong thing, because it screwed up my dream. So like this opens up a lot of doors for me, because I'm starting to take the like lineage of a stoner to a hippie thing, where it's on these legal drugs. Okay, I was able to do this because the dangers were legalized, and I was smoking legal weed. It was K2. It sucked, and then like legal crack. I'm drinking Four Locos and stuff like that. So like it's this like Play-Doh version of like what people were actually doing just to sneak in. It's still fucked up. Go for it. And I was able to get a lot of this, and I did my research to make sure that I was like whatever I was getting into was gonna be at least getting me something. So like, you know, what was that forum? Erowid. Yeah, the Erowid logs of drug use and experience and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'd read a lot of those and I tried to figure it out. And then slowly but surely I started getting into like Terrence McKenna and Hunter H. Thompson and stuff like that. And like at the right time, I started taking this LSA stuff that helped me realize it's a part of the rites of passages for men. that aren't getting put in on the right things in the right way. So I have to teach myself how to become a man. Okay. This is happening in America still. People don't realize this is something that men and women have that we're combating right now and dichotomizing, but we're not feeding it to each other straightly. And so because I had to take some of these rites of passages on the goddamn chin, it fucked up my sacral chakral balances. Okay, excuse my language, but it made me evil. Okay, but it also made me a master of evil. So it also made me flare out my failures so I could make bigger failures and learn from them and utilize them to get me back out of hell. Because I knew I fucked up. I'd gotten possessed, and like things weren't going to be the same. And but I also saved it. And somehow by doing some of this exploration, shout out Amon Tobin saved my life a little bit here with the ISAM project and then projection mapping. And even though my school was like duping me over it, they did like kind of like we got to have a little bit over talk on it. So that's kind of the biggie is like after I tried the LSA and started, I was smoking. I went from smoking that stuff and that happened and I quit. And tried cold turkey, and I'm like, I still need something to smoke. So we started smoking marijuana, even though it wasn't defragged and descheduled in Chicago. There was a lot of it. So I jumped into the black market marijuana leg of the drug dealing culture, because that's what millennials were doing, but they were doing it with heavier drugs, something I wasn't about to get myself involved in. So especially because my mom put so much pressure on it, I could have just gone the freaking rope-a-dope way and been fine. But because like I took this way long background, I'm like, I'm gonna make a lot of art off this, and I grew up faster. I grew up like a New York grunge scene kid, real easy. Which was why people were able to screw me over and screw me up. Is because I was at the links. I was at the bottom of it. So like that's a part of like my experience in that city out there, and that's why they love and hate me, because I made it through somehow. And then this thing, it was a dream where I was trying it out and it wasn't working. It did say it takes longer to kick in because of so I got into this whole thing with LSA and like starting to get into chemistry and figuring out how red wine and the alkaloids and the plant base can make a psychedelic brew out of this. And I loved this stuff. But then you might as well just right. So I'm a bootleg. My family's bootlegger, so it's not too far off to be like, I can't get a hold of it. I still want some. I'm gonna go into bootlegging things. So like that's sort of how I got into psychedelics a little bit more frivolously. Is like after my first mushroom trip, I was like, that was really awesome, but also very intense, and it freaked me out. But also I'm growing, so I need to know what the hell. How to get to some of their levels of success. What I didn't know is that the Catholics paint LSD on everything. So that's too easy. But like, yeah. What I didn't know is that wouldn't hurt me at the time. So like, that's sort of why it ended up laying waste towards that secular part of that y'all keep trying to vote in. And then like, I'm just over here fucking around like a pro. So like that's the kind of what's we've been able to fish away from is this weird part with the secularism and the non-sect and my enigmatic freedom and spiritual court divinity, something that people didn't really understand and they simply boxed away to use like this. You see how unjust that could be when my family's full of writers and teachers. So like that's why I'm over here making sure that I'm utilizing my privilege, my Ellis privilege of having it first. I'm white. The privilege belonged to me. So that's what my family thinks. That's how they feel about it sometimes. And they don't let me forget it. So I put to rubber and made sure they don't either. Because I wanted to make sure that I was cutting through all the noise. Because I matter. I have a rare experience. And if you want more good things from it, you can't just write me off and kill me without giving me my goddamn childhood back. Because I was only in my 20s and I hadn't even finished being 16, dude. So, like, that's kind of one big reason. Is like, I had already finished, but I didn't get to do half the stuff these kids in Downers Grove are already doing and wheeling and dealing, and they don't have to worry about that. So, like, I was like, damn, they're all adult, and they're like, some of them are younger than me. My mom said I'm not allowed until until my sister's age or my cousin's age. So I started doing it without her permission because I had been through hell. And so, like, that got a lot of people all screwed up, and they stopped buying into me. And so it pastes me funny out there. And so if you've been poking around out there, that's what's been going on. But, like, if this caused her to die, then it's clear as hell that Chicago didn't even get the right sauce. So you guys messed it up here. So bad that I had to make a company over it. So it is what it is. She's gone. And, well, the company's here. And she's still here, technically, because her likeness is all over the place on this thing. And we might not know so much about the weird rollout agendas that we'd like to pretend we do. The government is capable of opening a big old can of worms on me and everybody else. So that's probably for how it's supposed to be in some sense, but it maybe takes some time. So again, this stuff isn't going to happen overnight. As much human history as I can spool. That being said, let's wrap it up here a little bit. Let's smoke this. I'm gonna sort of like join in on some rice and beans on some things here real quick and kind of give this some sacred divinity for a second. God, grant me serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage and strength to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen. Praise all gods and goddesses that serve my greater goods. Godspeed, God bless, lead with love, and lead with love. Amen. Amen. Godspeed, God bless. Amen. Okay, so that's something that this crystal magic helps with. And if you have this idea that it's something stupid like that, well, it's this. At least over here at Paraconomy. It's something that, like, nobody really actually does. So, like, I figured, hey, if you are doing it and you're just, we all know now. You lied here and you lied here, and it could stop these things from happening, but you don't care because you like this place on fire and these billionaires dying and these blah 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 blah. So that's all you have to understand is just how it works. And that's pretty much why it works the way it does and how you can't undo that, right? That's the whole reason people are bad, which is good, because if you're exploiting things and Xeroxing a real copy, it's not going to help give people depth. All right, that's on you. You have money for that, right? Okay, good. So we agree. You have the money for it and you need more. Sounds like you'll have to come to Paraconomy to get some of that. If that's your case, Godspeed, God bless, best of luck for you. I wish you the best. Sending good vibes. I'm positive. I'm toxic positive. Sell it. Godspeed, Paraconomy Inc. That being said, folks, I'm gonna cap it off right there. Godspeed, God bless, lead with love. It's 8:45. 1st to 10th, 2025. Happy New Year.